young people in South America are relatively less believing into democracy. So that should turn on all of our alerts and our hypothesis. Here you can see a map. Those that are more blue are more democratic. And we think that this has to do with two big pillars having to do with the concepts that are supported by different studies of the OECD that is supporting us in the Ministry of Finance, and it has to do with the effective capability the state has to be able to resolve problems. The real competencies, I talked about this briefly yesterday, but you can have the best concept of democracy, but the people in our country need problems to be resolved. And it is not clear that we are resolving problems, and that is capability, real capability. And for us who are here, it is very evident that technology is an opportunity to have capability. But we have to show it, and we have to create good projects, good strategies, and we have to begin showing results that are concrete for real problems and not the problems that we think are important, but the problems that are relevant for our countries. And in that way, we are going to have a better democracy, more adhesion to democracy, because without democracy, there is no chance of development, in my opinion. And on the other hand, the pillar that has to do with the attributes that are more general or spiritual, if you would like to say it that way, that has to do with values or how we do things in the state. And that is essentially based on the sensation or perception of openness, impartiality, integrity. And this one in technology, technology needs this. It's not enough. However, it is necessary. All this, the state needs to be completely transparent in the cell phones of each citizen, all of them, everything, not just in a formal way, however, in a way they can understand, a friendly way, easy access. Our government has to, in our opinion, feel the weight of the responsibility of being accountable. And there has to be millions of people checking the behavior or the conduct. And it is not possible if we do not have information, data, digitally speaking, that are accessible, and they're accessible in a good manner. So I'm sorry that we talk so many framework, conceptually speaking. However, we believe that this is where we can start getting different strategies or narratives, or from where we can motivate bills and request budgets and motivate the teams, because this is the point in which all of our efforts, technically speaking, converge, and it makes sense. We also have a small theory that we can contribute to trust, institutionally trust, for in the side of better services, and we can also to have an open government, having enablers, having to do data of systems, information systems, so the government can be a much more open government. Our vision in general as a country is first to have good digital services. Not only, it's not enough to just have services that are digitalized. There are many digital services in Chile. The problem is, or the challenge is quality. And we have surveys that suggest that people value services in person more than those that are digital. So we have carried out a great effort to digitalize quickly. However, there are still quality gaps, and we need to have better focus, and we have to be more holistic, thinking about quality of services, and to be able to know we are and continue working on this. We have to show productivity. The state has the challenge having to do with productivity. We have more demand, and technology will allow us to be able to increase productivity. And as I said yesterday, the public workers have to liberate. We need to liberate them and the authorities from paper slavery, to say in a certain way. I see them completely enslaved, having to do with documentation and paper, and that limits creativity, strategic thinking, innovation, and having time for relevant things. The state has a great capability to dedicate themselves to things that are not so important and use their time inefficiently. Therefore, we need to have as well transparency and interinstitutional cooperation. I would like to stop here for a second. The state was designed in silos. And in Chile, we have something like 1,200 public institutions. And the model comes from very old models from colonial era, most likely. And based on technology that is paper technology. Therefore, the technology coordination is very difficult without modern technology. And that technology did not exist. Therefore, the system is designed to be able to have responsibility on each one of the points within the state. However, that legislation is still continuing with very specific competencies and the difficult coordination. So the state has to change completely because technology allows you to cross borders in a much easier way. And therefore, there can be value chains. We can have innovation as a state because technology frees you from coordination difficulties with the old technology. That has not happened yet. It is in process and it will happen. That's a different model, and we need to go in that direction. In Chile, we have indicators in general, and particularly positive from the point of view of some basic enablers. We are very proud of what the state has carried out in the country in general from the point of view of telecommunications. All indicators say that Chile has very good performance having to do with coverage. Not only coverage, but also quality has increased. We have 5G technology and coverage. Costs are pretty they have been improved internationally speaking, and then the speed of up and download is pretty good as well. We don't have high difficulties. We do have gaps, and the government is working and subsidizing fiber optics, etc. But in my opinion, this is going to be something that is going to be closing pretty quickly. And one of our main challenges is from there going forward, and it has to be with innovation and digital quality. So to summarize, I would just like to say that we have, as a government, a holistic focus on this subject based on trust and transparency. And our challenge second level challenge has to do with the service quality. And there we have to do many things. And fortunately, there are people who are excellent in digital governance who are working on that line. And therefore, I will now leave the word to Daniel. I believe, is it?
He says, not yet. Well, fortunately, there are people supporting me on this. Anyways, I will conclude with just some general information. Daniel is responsible for the icons that you are seeing on the screen. We have, and we are on the first steps of a set of different shared services, government with platform. And we have been successful in many things, and Daniel is going to develop that and I'm going to explain that. But our system of unique password, clave única, we commented yesterday, yes, 90% of the population enable for this. It is a record number. It's been highly adopted. And that has freed creativity in terms of its usage. Thousands of digital services in the public sector and the private one. It is also being used for processes for internal democracy in some organizations because this identity makes it easier for you to identify when participating. So this is exploding in terms of innovation. We have many different challenges. Daniel will explain that our electronic signature for many countries, it is highly advanced. It is something quite obvious for us. We didn't have it. And for the last years, I mean, the coverage has been increased. We're at 80-something% is using this signature, our system of communication. Is there's still some public institutions sending some papers in order to report things. We just launched this top digital system that allows from this year 100% of the central management administration should use only just one platform. So that is going to make things much easier. Our public workers invented a software, simple software, open source, and it has evolved and it's being used with creativity in the municipality world, and it allows to digitalize procedures. All of you, when you got into the airport, you scanned a QR code and you provided information in a form in order to see if you had something wrong in order to enter into the country. This work with the software, workers from customs and the digital government at no cost, they did it. And our dream and utopia, it is having our own interoperability system. We have an advancement there. In some cases, it is highly advanced, but we still have a lot of work to do. It does not only depend on communications of data, we need to have data, proper data, legal aspects, governance, semantic governance, technical one, and all the countries. And the developed countries have told us that that requires a lot of work. We're working hard on that, though. This digital transformation law, it is an enabler. We may speak a lot, but fortunately, we're quite attached to legal things. So by the year 2027, the whole Chilean state must support all of their administrative procedures in electronic supports platforms. If it's not like that, it is going to be illegal. Not only it has to be good, desirable, it is not going to be legal if that does not happen. And we're doing an important, we're working hard in order to create the enablers, the adoption systems, and implementing this in many institutions. And that has the talent of Isabel and Daniel. They're supporting that. And Daniel, it is your turn, isn't it? Yes. Good morning. It is a pleasure for me to be here with you all. As Jose just mentioned, we have advanced in different initiatives. And those initiatives are part of this recipe applied here in Chile. As you well know, there's a magical recipe for all of the countries, or a recipe working the same way in all the countries. Chile has been advancing for quite a long time, many years, in different initiatives that we call them products. And we call them products because over here, we're not only talking about technology, it is not just a platform. Behind all of these products, there is technology as an enabler, but there's also a huge work in related to adoption, both on the people side and institutions. Our work it is enabling or making people's life easier so they can spend time in things which are not an errand, not working or not doing any paperwork. And as workers, they can work on providing a benefit in the best way possible. So we can work a lot on that. And part of the products work I'm going to show you are important, and they're the pillar of the things that we have been doing. The first one is this unique password, clave única, official mechanism that allows people to authenticate themselves in different portals, web portals of each of the institutions. And this is the great added value that we have been providing since 2010 when this clave única, unique password, was born. This allowed us to give citizens the possibility to, with just one password, to access all of the web portals of the state. He will not have to remember the password for each of the portals or observing how to enter somewhere at a certain portal. That is a huge benefit that Clave Única, unique password has. And on the institution side, it is also makes things easier in order to identify who is behind that portal, who is behind that browser accessing to those services, because it is one service which is centralized, and that's what made things easier here in Chile in order to authenticate and bring services through web portals. That is the first point in the chain or in the flow of any procedure or errand. If we cannot identify the person who is starting something, it's going to be really hard to have some safety or security. The model is quite simple, even though there are many different arrows there. But the first step, it's the password. The first step, it is the enrolling of each of the persons. And we have done this because the civil registry identification system here in Chile is the one providing the first password to the person. It is done through a process which is in person or through biometry. And thanks to that, from that point, we can have, we can trust that the person is who says he or she is. After that, the person, what they want is to access the different portals of each of the institutions. This unique password, clave única, it is not the product people want. What they want are the benefits of accessing to different institutions. In the case of the drill hole, or the drill tool, what you want is not a drill machine, but you want to use it at home, right? To do holes, drill holes. So we need to have those use cases in the different institutions. If they are not there, of course, there's not going to be a high use of clave única. And just for you to have it as a background, one of the big starters of clave única was when here in Chile, there was a law for each person recorded his pets. And thanks to that, many people enrolled here and they understood that this Clave Única was useful for that, enrolling their pets. And then this turned into something much more massive. So what's important is not technology underneath we want everything to be safe, secure, and encrypted, but we want use cases. And one of them, I mean, something, it is quite simple, right? Use cases are simple. Those laws would be one of the triggers of the use of clave única, unique password. And through the pandemics, clave única was the best that could have happened, one of the best things at a technological level, of course, because it allowed the people to access many different services in a virtual fashion thanks to clave única, but because we knew who the person was. Some figures and stats about the advancement. Nowadays, we're about to get to 15 million people enrolled with this password. In proportion, that is almost 90% of the people who may have clave única in the country. There are 340 institutions using it and more than 1,224 platforms integrated. And this is the added value of clave única, unique password, because we have facilitated people, on the one hand, to access the services, but on the other hand, that institutions integrate and use this because it is not useful if we advance in adoption by people, if on the other hand, institutions are not using it and they do not see an added value there. So over here, the learning here as a division is that we need to work in parallel in both sides. There's no possibility to have one without the other, and all of the teams are working hard on this. And we've been doing it for more than 12, 13 years. The next pillar, it is FirmaGov. As we have unique password at the beginning of the errand process, we also have FirmaGov, which is a service, a certifying authority that allows to deliver certifications to workers and authorities, advanced electronic signatures. And that has allowed us for the whole chain of global processes can be in an electronic format. Without this, it is not possible. I mean, many authorities will need to use paper in order to finish one of the processes. So we want to maintain all of the electronic flow, and it's been, I mean, this advanced electronic signatures has been fundamental. And just like in some other products, we are based on self-management of each of the divisions. Our division is too small to cover all of the products that we are boosting. So we have learned that as well. If we can deliver knowledge to institutions and they self-manage all of that, we're going to scale this. Otherwise, there's no possibility to do it because we may need to have an army behind in order to support each of the institutions. Of course, these are the limitations that we have, and we have designed this in this fashion, and it has worked properly. Nowadays, each of those institutions has to define an authority and a minister, trade minister, and with those roles, each institution can issue certificates to all of the workers they believe necessary, and there's no limitation there. Of course, the idea there of this advanced electronic signature, it is for signing uh, documents which are necessary. We don't want to abuse the system for this advanced electronic signature. If you are more curious about it, well, this service works with two main components. On the one hand, certificates are issued for authorities and workers, and on the other hand, there is a service for the documents to be signed. And over here, each institution has also the possibility to have these certificates hosted in their own platforms or own infrastructure. So that gives a lot of flexibility and autonomy to each of the institutions, which is rather highly important because the alignments that we have at DGB, it is offering services to institutions without them needing to have infrastructure expenditure or development, operations, and all of that includes. So we offer this as a service, as a software as a service, SaaS. Some institutions are too big and they're mature and they have necessary people. So in FirmaGov, we give them the possibility for them to host their own certificates and sign in the amount of or the volume they need whenever they want, the way they want it. But it's also important in this capacity that we give the institutions, so they have plenty of resilience in the case of any failure. There will always be failures because of many different reasons. And just like clave única, unique password, the other important point is that it should be integrated into platforms or products which are cross-sectional all over the state. And we have devoted plenty of time there, and we have tried to find many different strategies. So institutions such as Controller's Office, Chile Compra, where state purchases are done on several platforms belonging to the state, are integrated into FirmaGo, because what's important here in this product is that our authorities and workers signing the documents, they should adopt this service and they adopt the product. So we need to make this easy for them. And with FirmaGov, we're assuring that using the same service of advanced electronic signature, they can sign one contract of one worker. They can sign a decree, a document that can go to any other institution. And that is the added value that we give to FirmaGov to be used all over the country, all over the state. Some stats. Nowadays, we have 603 institutions which are enabled here. We have more than 83,000 certificates. We have institutions integrated 277, 267. So over here, the use is that institution can join and they can use within their own platforms or products. There are more than 465 platforms which are already integrated. And during this year, we have a little bit more than 16 million of documents which have been signed. And there are many more documents are issued, but not all of them require this advanced electronic signature. So over here, we have also tried to have a good adoption of these products, so they are only used when they are necessary. Finally, one of the products that we have advanced on at a state level, and behind this, which is called Simple, there's an important concept. It has to do that there are many different institutions within the state that has or have the capacity of having teams in different areas with different capabilities, but other institutions cannot. Other institutions, unfortunately, do not have that capacity to have a technology team, IT team, development team, or task teams, adoption support, and so on, in order to maintain all of their platforms or their products. So Simple is born with the goal to cover that need of providing institutions with a tool that allows them to digitalize a process from end to end. It is a manager, processes manager, hosted in the digital government area, and we every day are adding new functionalities and advancing into things so institutions only need to concern about modeling their processes, and afterwards they can also leave this available for people. So this is the main goal of Simple. I stopped here for a while because the big learnings that we have within the division are trying to find those needs which institutions have that they cannot cover themselves because of the lacks or gaps they have, and we need to provide for that. And in order to do so, not only we concentrate in technology, as I said at the beginning, one of the products that requires more to deliver knowledge to institutions, it is Simple. Because technologically speaking, this product, what it allows is to model processes in a graphic fashion. It allows you to send emails and manage roles, create documents. It allows you to sign documents. The truth being said, the essential value of it, it is not in that type of functionalities because that is also in the private sector. In reality, what we are betting for, it is we can accompany institutions so we can teach them and give them good practices on how they should model and create processes, which are good practices, which should be the language we're using with people, which is what are the flows like, stages like, what type of user should be entering here. And right there, we have advanced in having a model where first we teach the institutions so they have the basic knowledge of their topics. And just then, when we're sure that the institution has the proper knowledge, just then they can use in production or in operation in order to make it available for people. Of course, the road to get here, it has been hard. At the beginning, we only were digitalizing and realized that it was a huge mistake because then later wanted to do some modifications, which are necessary inside institutions. So there, we had a bottleneck. So nowadays, what we do it is accompany the institutions, and to do so, we have created different materials, different instances to accompany and support all of the institutions. This is something quite important because within the digital government division, one part of the team is the one creating and supporting each of the platforms, and the other part of the team spreads and accompany and allows institutions to adopt products. If there is no that game between teams, it is hard for a platform to be adopted by an institution. So we have been advancing in 5 lines to allow institutions to obtain that knowledge. Right now, we're advancing as with municipalities, which are the institutions within the state which are or which have more limitations. In Chile, there are 345 municipalities, and there is a big number not having the IT teams. So it is impossible for us to ask them to advance in a law of digital transformation if they don't even have their own teams. Without this type of tools, of course, we are leaving them aside. They need our help. So it is important for us to accompany each of the platforms with a model where we teach them and we somehow share what other institutions have done to advance properly. So that is the case of success that we have seen behind the products that we have. There are some steps which are important for each of the institutions in order to get to the very end, to the goal, so they have the capacity to manage themselves. So finally, some stats. In order to have 69 institutions, 15 municipalities, there are many institutions that have got trained in Simple and they can start using the platform. In fact, 1,070 people have been received this training. Behind Simple, there are many different errands which are used by citizens. And only just to close, commenting that during the pandemic, it was Simple, the tool used by Carabineros de Chile, police officers, to provide permits for people to leave their homes, not in order to have, bottlenecks in the street. So it's been really highly relevant in Chile's life, and we feel proud of that. So finally, just to conclude, just to mention that it is a pleasure for us within this division and all of the teams working within the division to show you the advancements that we have had. The main actors are, of course, all of the ones here in the division, and we are supporting the operation, advancing in the development and the evolution of it. So it is really important to know your experiences in order to grow as well. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Daniel. I think that we can also say that these are blocks and pillars to be able to build a system. We can say that very happy to use the term blocks, Yolanda. And we do need to continue forward to an integration, to a model that contributes with other attributes. And we are just in the first steps of doing so. And we should have gone forward much earlier. And Isabel has a great responsibility, not only to reach concepts, but also to involve different areas of the government and push this idea until it can be something concrete in the next few years. Isabel. Thank you very much. It is a pleasure to be here to share our experience and challenges. Within the modernization agenda from the Ministry of Finance, there is something called integrated digital services. What is this due to? Because of the complex ecosystem that we offered the citizens today. This study of 2019 that is being updated nowadays, and we see that in essentially we have 2,600 sites, and we estimate adding all the municipalities, we could reach close to 4,000. So therefore, that obviously And this is carried out with different standards, and we have a very important debt, even with web accessibility or web access. So this we want to break off the silos because the design and development of digital services has to continue with that complexity of the state to people. And through this service and this system and this initiative, we want to point to designing, integrating, and simplifying access to people through an homologated simple experience. So the hypothesis behind this initiative, and many countries have already advanced in and are a great reference, and we have been having experience, and there are many here that are present, that if we offer a simple, clear, and resolutive experience to the users of the state, no matter who they are, if they're natural people, if it's companies, or any person who needs something from the state, this will increase the satisfaction and the state will be more efficient in costs. In this great objective that we want to accomplish, there are different dimensions that are enablers. The first one has to do with governance. We are today talking during these months regarding how we are going to identify the authority control of this governance, service providing not only digital by default, we can't leave aside the experience and the gap of line. And how do we take that in under as well the norms and guidelines, and also the update of some legal norms that have to do with standards, and we have to make it flexible enough to be able to push it and incorporate all of these definitions that are a part of this new integrated system. And obviously, we have to be responsible with coordinate. And then we have the second dimension that has to do with controlling expenses and generating incentives. We have technological evaluation assessment. We have this incentives for the public workers when they have to make changes in state. And there is an initiative having to do with modernization that also includes what Jose was saying, has to do with quality system and user experience, that the digital transformation pandemic forced us to go forward. We have to rethink and redesign some services, or the new ones that are coming in. We have to design them from the beginning with the vision of inclusion as well as gender and different perspectives, so these services can be accessible to all. There, in incentive, we also have the application of certificates. And I mentioned previously talent, capabilities, awards, other incentives that also have to do with visibilizing these transforming roles within the state as well. And then the third dimension has to do with defining and guaranteeing standards. This has to do with installing these bases and how they are maintained over time, and how they are measured and assessed and evaluated over time, and to develop platforms, the development and services, which is obviously essential. And as they were saying, it's not only technology and platform, it's a whole system that we have to adopt that has to do with talent and products that sustain all of this. And within the products that are highlighted that I would like to mention, that should be one of the main that we push, it has to do with the design system that can enable also the reuse of components, these blocks that I already mentioned in different lines with different profiles, whether it be for developers, design, product heads. And we also talked about inclusion yesterday. Sometimes when you highlight women, for example, that you perceive that it's only for the development of coding, but there are other profiles that are very relevant that we need to develop in design. Product head, designing service, metrics that are also necessary so that that knowledge can be used and enabled to and integrate, especially in interoperability, but also with a focus on always having to do with the users. Here we have established at least a council of digital services that started in June of this year, that is set up by different institutions within the state. And this has to do with the Ministry of Finance, the Secretariat of Modernization, the Laboratory of Government, and we also have the Public Transparency, and Chile Atiende, which is the state's attention center, and Gobierno Digital and civil services. So through this Council of Digital Services, We are then seeing governance and all the different components of these services and articulating with two big councils that have to do with citizen attention that has 12 services of high transaction within the provision of these services, and also those in part of attention for specific users. For example, women, indigenous people, different components or institutions that are expert in certain specific needs of some communities within the country. So our first objectives within this initiative is to be able to consolidate this piece of standards and the evaluation model so we can have a language in common, and from there start to develop enabling platforms for these different standards. We will go into detail regarding Chile at the end. It was born 2012, and it is the network for user attention that is like the one provision of services in all of its channel. Today it is administrated by social provision or services. And today, the idea is to facilitate access of the people to benefits and to state benefits and services. Why do we talk about Chile Atiende? Because it is a success case that has been around for quite a while now. Today, we would like to take it from the point of view of shared services oriented to citizens, because even though it is a business model and provision of services, it also has a digital platform that we would like to use in this logic of having strategic partners decentralized in different places within the state. And as digital government, from the normative point of view, we want to require centralization of one site. However, we can have alliances with conglomerates or different sectors that consolidate certain offers. So the strategic partner for us that already exists and already is positioned for citizens is Chile Atiende. Chile Atiende has different attention channels, self-attention, web, we have totems, remote services through different means. And we can also see here relevance that since 2019, it had a huge jump regarding the adoption and participation of digital channels, particularly on internet, on the web. Today, 93% participate in the information, most provision of information. And in this logic, then we are going to zoom into two big initiatives that they had developed and that we are coordinating and collaborating with that have to do with the website. And up till now, this year, from January through October of this year, it has 230 million visits, 31 million transactions through the site, with 25 services that offers transactions at a web level. There are more than 2,600 activities that can be carried out that are include 144 institutions, and it has an adoption model that is very relevant, as we said previously, as Daniel said previously. And in the software, the express module or the totems, that is a hybrid between in-person and digital that we use for the adoption towards digital in an in-person context. This software is also developed with the logic of shared services. Today in the state, the institutions purchase the hardware, the machine, and there are around 390 services distributed in 8 institutions. And they also publish their activities in this software. So they have, Chile Atiende has to develop that software and leverage and scale this service to the different institutions in different contexts, whether it be in a branch or in other possible spaces of service provision. And to be able to finish up, here we are going to share with a concept test. It's this is something we're also exploring, in which, in collaboration with the National Center of Artificial Intelligence, the national government, and Chile Atiende, we are creating and developing a chat based on artificial intelligence to be able to provide service of this magnitude. So we carried out a test to test the concept. It's still in technical evaluation process, but it could show the value that it delivers. So we have been working on this for about 3 months, and it has quite a few improvements. I don't know if we can show the video. I would like to be able to show the example. The interesting part of this test, while it loads, it's a short video. It's a recording of the screen of how, when you look for one of the activities that you're one of the services you require through the web page, through the chat box, where you can highlight the language, especially use Chilean colloquial language. And even though it's been 2 months, 3 months since the validation of this concept test, you can visualize that this is how they can navigate through the website when they're looking for a job, and where they can get in through to Google. It says, I lost my job. They go into different levels of information. And here they write, once again, there's a mistake in how they are writing it. And once again, it says, I have no job. What insurance do I have, or what benefits do I have? And artificial intelligence was able to answer this. And this is the test. We're still doing a concept test, and we're going to see how we can scale from here. And then more than this initiative obviously has to be perfected and accompanied by the people to be able to be trained. And also today it is nourished by the different services in Chile Atiende, and we have to include more input, more sources of information, and also we want to incorporate, for example, the Mapudungun language, which is our one of the languages from the Mapuche, the indigenous main indigenous group in our country. And we also have to integrate it with existing systems and a series of things that would allow and has the potential, strategically speaking, to be able to help it scale, have it tested in other contexts of, for example, in health, education. And it is something that we have a lot of interest in being able to explore in this technological world. Thank you very much. Thank you, Isabel. I just wanted to add that this last stage is also in a framework of how we can carry out innovation and are capable of scaling innovation, because sometimes we carry out key innovation and they're not sustainable. And there are many innovations and there are innovations one point above the system that would have good resources or is thinking systemically. The scalability is being thought about from the beginning, and this can be there can be many more. This is just one example of many, and it is a key point or a key part of the integral part of a services thinking much more broadly. Thank you very much, Isabel. Well, we thank you then for the words from our host country. And now it is time to get to know some successful experiences from South Korea, one of the leading countries in digital government. So we will invite, as you go back to your places, we will invite now Pak Bokyon, Subdirector of the Committee of Digital Platform of Government, Song Song Yu, Director, Digital Government Cooperation Division, and also one more who is going to help us with how to use artificial intelligence for public data. Muchas gracias. Creo que en la pantalla hay parte de los datos. En nuestro primer tema era, empezamos con el mío porque la lámina original era la estrategia de nacional. Entonces, esta lámina es una parte, entonces van a ver bueno, la siguiente presentación les van a dar como el resumen general.
So, my data in the public sector is, is a service that provides citizens administrative information held by government organizations and transmit them to the desired places in accordance with the need of citizens. And my data in the public sector was adopted based on the Article 12, 20 of the EU GDPR, the right data portability. Administrative and public institutions manage personal information based on legal grounds and required to provide the data when requested for their transfer without letting the original copy. The Civil Petitions Treatment Act was amended in October 2021, and the Electronic Government Act was amended in December 2021, reflecting these data portability rights. The Civil Petition Treatment Act protects the citizens' right to transfer their public sector personal data to other government entities. The Electronic Government Act protects the citizens' right to transfer their data owned by government organizations to private sector companies or financial institutions like banks and credit card service corporations. Currently, 159 types of information from 36 organizations can be requested and transmitted for the citizen and via by data in the public sector service. The Ministry of the Interior and Safety analyze the list and the demand for the information and consult with the institutions and organizations holding the information, and then consult for the information is linked by data system so that it can be provided upon request by the data subject, which is citizen, and then the list of information will be released. The list of information will be expanded to 180 types by the end of this year and will continue to increase gradually. The information linked to my data system is transferred through two paths. One is the API and another is a portal. The Ministry of Interior and Safety provides APIs that can be used to request and transfer information, and all government and public organizations and private institutions use the APIs and develop applications to allow users to request the information and receive and process the transfer data from the My Data system. With this process, citizens no longer need to submit the required documents issued by other organizations when using the services of an organization or the companies that use these APIs. Another method is for citizens to log into the Government 24 app, which is our Government Total Service app provided by the Ministry of Interior and Safety, and request the data themselves. The data subject choose the required information in the service provider, and then the data will be transferred to the company's electronic documents wallet account. The service provider verifies the data and then uses it for their services. And from the pool of the administrative data, one can select what only he or she wants and send such set of data to the third party. And in addition, privacy information security measures apply to service providers to earn the citizen trust and ensure sensitive data rights. As of now, there are 101 types of services that use the APIs for my data in the public sector, including passport and credit card applications. There are 8 types of pilot services launched in February 2021, and 59 types of services in December 2022, and 101 types were in operation in the first half of this year. The services are growing rapidly, mainly in the administrative, public, and financial institutions. The 101 types of services include the Ministry of Foreign Affairs passport issuance and the credit card issuance by several financial institutions, and detailed cases will be discussed later, I hope. Since the launch of the pilot service in February 2021, 200 million cases of my data in the public sector have been used, and 500 million cases of administrative information have been provided to reduce document transmission. This means that not only paper documents, it includes electronic documents as well. So we provided, we exchange data in the form of data set itself, not in the form of document. I will show two cases by data in the public sector examples. First one is the small enterprise and market service has made it possible to submit 13 types of documents issued by administrative and public institutions through my data when applying the policy funding. More than 1 million cases were processed this way. As the documents were submitted electronically, there was a 70% reduction in the paper usage. The preparation time for applicants has decreased from 24 hours to an average of 4 hours, and processing time at the small enterprise and the market service has reduced by 40%. The next example is about in various card companies, including proof of income. 5 types of documents can now be submitted through my data in the public sector when applying for credit card issuance. Approximately 42 million cases have been processed, and according to the Samsung card, we have also card company which is under the name of Samsung. The average time for issuance credit card has decreased by 1.7 hours, and the automatic processing rate has increased by 11 percentage point, and the overall task processing has been accelerated. To sum up, my data in the public sector not only ensures the students control of their own data and ensure the data light, but also increase the convenience of using various services by simplifying the documents required for the services. And then it helps the development of digital economy. Also, automating service providers processing creates rooms for innovation and contribute to new industry using data. We are preparing to expand the service beyond that. We are planning to expand the number of data subjects using the service from individuals to companies to help the business activities. This is all I have today. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, everyone. I'm Bo-Young Park. I'm the Deputy Director of the Presidential Committee on the Digital Platform Government of Korea. First of all, I would like to thank all the organizers for inviting me to the LED Gealc. It's my honor to present the national strategy for the Digital Platform Government of Korea. Before jumping into the main topic, I would like to briefly introduce the Presidential Committee on DPG of Korea. Our journey began on January 2nd, 2022, with President Yoon's announcement on digital platform government as his first policy agenda during his presidential campaign. The Presidential Committee of the DPG was officially established on September 2nd, 2022, and in April 14th, 2023, we provided a policy brief to President Yoon on key initiatives. Here is the organizational structure. The Presidential Committee directly belongs to the authority of the President. There are 6 subcommittees that consist of experts from the private sector. In detail, this is our committee members. The committee has 19 members from the private sector, 4 government members from different ministries, and more than 80 advisory members. Within this collaborative organizational framework, the members held more than 200 meetings to contribute to our initiatives. Now, I would like to present an overview of national strategy for DPG and its key initiatives. Korea has proactively responded to the changes brought about by the internet and mobile technologies, transforming the country into an IT powerhouse and the world-leading digital government in the internet and mobile era. DPG is on government innovation strategies that will enable Korea to leap forward as a global role model in the era of AI and data. We aim to develop DPG into a platform for the people by providing people-centric services that reduce citizens' inconvenient experience in public services. A platform that promotes government innovation, where all government agencies work as one team with the citizens at the center. And a platform that nurtures boundless business growth by providing a source of opportunities to the private sector. To achieve this, the committee has identified world-leading DPG powered by AI and data as our vision and drive 4 key initiatives. First, people-centric government. Second, one-team government. Third, growth platform of public-private collaboration. And fourth, trustworthy platform government. Now, let me explain the 4 key initiatives in more detail. First, we are going to become a government that is dedicated to the life experiences of the citizens by integrating and connecting major public services. So citizens can resolve all their issues in one place without having to search far and wide for a specific service. Additionally, we are going to provide citizens with proactive services with notifications that suit their individual circumstances so they do not miss out on benefits due to lack of knowledge or time. Furthermore, we will launch the People's Dream Project, which will provide citizens the benefit of DPG. Secondly, we are going to remove silos both within the government and between the government and the private sector. We will redesign the entire administrative system based on digital technology and comprehensively remove legal barriers to data use. In addition, we will conduct data analysis for important policy and introduce a hyperscale AI exclusively for government use to improve the quality of government administration. We are going to implement innovative infrastructure to enable the integration of public and private sector data and services and promote the migration of government systems to the public cloud to provide the most up-to-date and advanced government services. Third, we are going to foster DPG as a growth platform for private-public collaboration to promote strategic industries. To realize this, we will build hyper-connected digital twins, creating a foundation for data-based administrative governance, along with AI and data industry growth. We will also safely open data that citizens and firms would like to have access to. We will work to support the GovTech industry, which spurs innovation in government services through private sector capabilities. Additionally, we are going to establish regional DPG networks to spread the innovation brought about by DPG. Finally, we are going to strengthen citizens' rights regarding personal information protection to create DPG that everyone can trust. We will establish the distribution system of my data, a system for data portability, allowing citizens to confirm how their information has been utilized and transmit their personal information to designated partners and locations if they consent. We also plan to introduce new security systems such as zero trust security and supply chain security to address new cybersecurity environments with more data openness and sharing. We are going to adopt cutting-edge technologies in the public sector, creating a new security services market and leading global standards. We hope to push ahead with the key initiatives at an accelerated pace to achieve tangible results. This year, we aim to secure momentum by opening up our key data, linking digital systems between the executive branch, and providing leading services that make a difference in everyday life. In 2024, we will enhance the competitiveness of our DPG by providing major services for all citizens through integrated delivery, building a DPG hub, and introducing a hyperscale for government. Hyperscale AI for government. In 2025, we will accelerate digital administrative innovation to enable the DPG to enter a mature stage. Through these efforts, we aim to realize the following outcomes by 2026. Most notably, all services provided online will be 100% integrated, enabling citizens to handle all their affairs in one place. The elimination of file attachments will save 2 trillion won annually in terms of time and additional cost. The public sector's paper uses will be reduced by 50%. Citizens will be rewarded with time and cost savings by enjoying personalized services. The government will formulate policy precisely based on data and respond quickly and flexibly to problems. The growth of the GovTech industry will lead to the development of digital talents and new jobs. And 10,000 SaaS vendors will be nurtured. All data within government system will also be safe from misuse. DPG initiative of Korea is ambitious goals for government innovation to make our people more convenient and to make the government work more smartly by leveraging AI and big data. We are hoping to contribute to global community by being a showcase and building a close cooperation with our partner governments. We humbly ask for your continued attention, support, and cooperation. Thank you very much.
Hello, everyone. I am Deputy Director Yunin Shi from the Ministry of Interior and Safety. Building a digital platform government, one of the top priority for the Korean government. From now on, I am going to shorten the digital platform government as a DPG. Regarding the role of data in the DPG is defined as a government where the people, business, and the government work together to solve social issues and create new value on the digital platform where all data is combined. Today, I would like to introduce you to a number of ways that demonstrate how data analysis practice work at the MOIS. Sorry. First, let me brief outline what the Integrated Data Analysis Center is and what it does. The Integrated Data Analysis Center was founded in December 2021 under the Act on the Promotion of Database Administration. We perform various functions related to data analysis, including data analysis for cross-institutional issues and the implementation of national policies. We also provide data analysis service when collaboration among public institutions is necessary or we are requested. Here are the major functions of our center. We analyze data to address urgent social issues and improve worker efficiency. We also identify and carry out data analysis tasks when the aim of having a meaningful impact on people's lives. We strive for data analysis with a tangible impact. Let me introduce to you a number of data analysis projects from the center. I would like to begin with the voice phishing model developed in August 2022 and February 2023. For this project, which is aimed to addressing the problem of voice phishing, we worked with the National Forensic Service. Voice phishing has emerged as a global issue, and it has been a source of serious damage in Korea as well. More than 20,000 voice phishing incidents were reported in Korea in 2023 alone. These caused damage was 500 billion Korea won. In order to develop a voice data analysis model for voice phishing, the Integrated Data Analysis System trained a model using around 1 million pieces of voice data from more than 6,000 people using the latest deep learning technology to derive the probability of speakers being the same person. The model improved the identification rate from 38% to 65%, result in around 77% performance improvement. Voice phishing is usually committed by a team of very individuals. As such, we utilize the clustering function to identify criminal organization. The function will allow users to systematically cluster reported criminal organization and identify other crime committed by arrested criminals. Our identification and clustering model was confirmed to have an accuracy of 96%. The voice data analysis model is widely used by the National Forensic Service for voice identification and the investigation of voice phishing criminals in the field. The next test involved a traffic volume analysis model utilizing CCTV systems. In Korea, numerous CCTV systems have been installed for security purposes. The new model utilized these systems to analyze traffic volume without little additional cost. We obtained image data from CCTV footage from existing systems. Then we trained the model and tested the data. As a result, we developed a model capable of identifying up to 12 vehicle types on each lane. This image shows a concept of detecting vehicles on lane in both directions. It depicts how the model identifies the type of vehicle in each lane and build the data. Using this model, we can identify the percentage of traffic volume in each lane and the traffic volume by vehicle type on a given day. We also include a function to visualize traffic volume by time and vehicle type on graphic. The developed model will be used for managing frequently congested zone and high accident zone, improving traffic signal systems. The next case relates to a model for calculating congestion level on survey platforms. Survey stations across the world become congested during commuting hours. To analyze congestion level on these platforms, we worked with Seoul Metro to develop a new model. First, in order to develop a model for calculating platform congestion, we collected data from 2 stations in Seoul and used them to train the model. We trained the model on waiting passengers, disembarking passengers, and passengers waiting after transferring to a different line, and develop a congestion model that takes account of all those situations. The model is being used a pilot project on Seoul Metro Control Center dashboard. It will be used to take on-site actions in case of an unexpected cloud situation to relay the latest information, make an announcement, deploy personnel, and control entrance at gate. In the next section, I will talk about the analysis model for city safety and environment to prevent crime. In this project, we applied spatial analysis to analyze the factors that cause crime in different areas, to identify areas that need environmental improvement. To do this, we collected data on crime incident, population, nightlife, and building registers. Cleaned the data and linked it to a geographic information system. You are looking at the visualization of environmental analysis model. It displays security light required in each area, as well as CCTV and entertainment venue. It is developed to help users identify the relevant type of crime. The model is used to establish plans for safe cities through spatial and scientific analysis. In this section, let me outline the pan-government data analysis system service run by the MOIS. The system was built to provide information on data analysis to utilization by ministries, local government, and public institutions in Korea. It provides various information on data such social media analysis, online analysis, standard analysis models, analysis infrastructure analysis scope, and analysis phase to step member to ministry, local government, and public institution. You are looking at one of online analysis service provided by the system. The online analysis provide analytic result and visualization for data uploaded by users. It provides a selection of standard analysis model closely relate to social issues or frequently used. It is designed to provide non-professionals with easy access to data analysis result, focusing on task functions frequently utilized by institutions, such as compliance analysis, location-based analysis, text analysis, and analysis of CCTV vulnerable area. This screen shows the result of online civil complaint analysis. It is designed to extract the keyword content in the complaint data and visualize the result in the form of a word cloud, keyword relevance, frequent occurrence ranking, and issue statistics so that they can be assessed directly in the system. The online analysis model is implemented in a way to allow users to identify the result just by preparing the data. In other systems, we provide various services related to data analysis, such as best practice for analysis, institutional analysis, and collaborative analysis. This concludes my presentation on data analysis in Korea. Thank you for listening.
Agradecemos.
We would like to thank the words of the panelists from Korea. And now, before we go out to lunch, which will be in the same place as yesterday, near the cafeteria, we would like to invite all of you to come forward to be able to take a photograph, a picture. And I would like to remind you to continue with our agenda. We will wait for you back at 2:15 to get to know the initiative of the artificial intelligence of IDB. So please, if you could come here now then, so we can take a picture. And thank you. And we are going to do it in a quick and organized way. So in the last row of chairs, all of the delegations who are at the table, please. And in the last row of chairs, extended delegations and ex-presidents and international organisms. And in the president table, I learned a new word called testera in Spanish. In the last row, we would also like the speakers of the meeting. This will be the official picture of this event, even though we had great pictures that we took at the palace with these great signs that were prepared by the team.
Hola, buenas tardes.
Good afternoon, and thank you for coming back once again. Now is the moment to get to know Gealc Plus, an initiative of artificial intelligence of IDB. So we are going to invite our Maria Paz Hermosilla, director of COBLAC from the University of Baños, Cristina Pompo, social of IDB, and Miguel Orrua, coordinator of the digital cluster of IDB.
Como la hora del almuerzo siempre es un poco difícil, yo voy a
Since
aprender
at lunchtime it's a little bit more complicated, I'm going to break protocol and stay standing up so we don't fall asleep while we digest.
cuando puedan la presentación, porfa.
Whenever the presentation is ready, I would like.
Ok, no se está viendo en las otras pantallas, no importa, solo se ve en esa. Los que están en la mesa redonda.
So those of you, do you see it on these two screens? Because I can only see it. No, you can't see it?
Ahora sí.
Okay, now we can see it.
Bueno, pues, buenas tardes.
So good afternoon.
Muchísimas gracias
Thank
por
you very
la
much for the
invitación.
invitation.
Para mí es un honor
For me, it's
estar,
an honor to be celebrating the 20 years of the Red Gealc. And in 20 years, a lot of things happened. We saw that yesterday in the video. And we have seen this throughout all the conversations that we have had throughout these days.
Y cuando hablamos de inteligencia artificial,
And we talk about artificial intelligence. In 20 years, much has happened, but in the last 4 years, in this region, there is a lot of things that have happened as well. I'm talking about 4 years because in 2019, we started with Gealc.
empezábamos a
We
ver que los
started to see that the algorithms
a los gobiernos
enter the governments of Latin America and the Caribbean.
como la nueva
And you could see the new solution
problemas.
for the old problems of the region.
Por ejemplo,
For example,
Salta, en la provincia de
Salta in the province of Argentina
importante
that had an important
decidió
or
desarrollar
decided to develop an algorithm to predict
embarazo adolescente
a teenage pregnancy
15 y 19
between 15 and 19 years of age. In Salta, 20% of pregnancies were teenage girls.
El algoritmo dijo,
The algorithm said,
se supone que
or we suppose, that with the algorithm developed, they were going to be able to predict with 86% of certainty what girl would end up pregnant in the next 5 to 6 years.
algunos eso sonaba muy
Some that sounded pretty good. However, the criticism was not far behind. First, they used data of only the more poor, impoverished homes, not of the whole region. So there is a bias in data. Second, they did not involve parents, educators, nor teachers, medical professionals, nor those who are interested. They were not involved in the process, nor in the development nor implementation of this project. And third, there was no public policy response. So you had information, but you did not have clarity, the intervention that would resolve the problem. In cases like these, that were not the only case, plus that they were beginning to implement GDPR at that time, gave us the base so that from the IDB, we could create the initiative to be able to support the countries adopt artificial intelligence in a responsible way, so that criticisms like these could be resolved from the beginning. And with many of those who are here today, we work since then in Gealc. So what do we focus on? We focus on many things. First, during these 4 years, we worked supporting governments in adopting principles and recommendations that were coming up, whether it be in the public sector as well as the business sector, the principles of the OECD and of the UNESCO. We developed tools, and that is what I was telling you. We developed practical tools so that the governments and the formulators of policies, the policymakers, could go from principles to practice. And we also developed pilots or use cases in different areas where we could see regarding the best practices in privacy and transparency and ethics. But the moment we are in today is different. It is no longer 2019, nor the situation that we were living at that time. ChatGPT and the pandemic helped make artificial intelligence closer, bring it closer to our day to day. All the fear regarding if humanity is going to end or the risks that we are seeing, or as Jose was saying yesterday, that so some who are talking around the world saying that it must be regulated, they're making the conversation come to a change. And the questions now are not regarding recommendations or principles, those already passed. So now is the moment to talk. And now we are debating, and you have seen here regulation, norms, governance schemes. We are in a critical moment, it's true. And the questions are different. The question is who is in charge of making the rules to make sure that we're there in these norms or in these guidelines. The questions are also coming up because governments and countries are not only regulators, but also users of this technology of artificial intelligence. You have talked about the case uses that exist. It has to do with different subsidies and rates. And there are many cases where in customs, for example, and they're realizing that they cannot take to the digital world the inequality that we're seeing in the physical world. And that is why I'm saying that in the last 4 years that a lot has happened. And now that in 2023, we are rethinking and assessing that FAIRLAC from 2019. So therefore, we call it FAIRLAC Plus. And these are the services or some of the things that we have worked on from different spaces in the bank to be able to support the countries. We are having conversations that are much deeper regarding regulation and good practices and governance and implementation, supporting us with developments and abilities and development of abilities, and not just the development of uses. FAIRLAC Plus is what helps with a dialogue for the 400 biggest businesses in Latin America and the Caribbean that make policy recommendations regarding the applications from industry. We are ensuring that those recommendations have an ethical component in what they carry out. We are developing a network of research and development centers, and it has to be at the head of what is happening. And the last index of Stanford University shows that 85% of the papers regarding AI come from the industry. I think that there's quite a bit to do still there. And not long ago, in Senya, we have the index of artificial intelligence of Latin America. And in the system, we are also working on creating a tool that we call Fair Venture, so that when the risk capital funds are doing their due diligence with startups, they're making sure they can see if they're using AI in a responsible manner. And we're doing boot camps with the business people to understand what the principles mean. So this is just beginning. And I think we still have quite a bit to talk about. The dialogue, it's not easy, but if it was easy, we wouldn't be here. So I would like to invite, and I found this picture that I thought was beautiful. I would like to invite Maria Paz Hermosilla, who was already presented and with who we carried out the ethical algorithms here in Chile, and Miguel Porrua, who is a digital governance guru in the IDB, to see what we can do from FAIRLAC and the red Gealc to see what we can do in this area. Now I will take a seat. Thank you.
Bueno, muy bien. Muchísimas gracias.
Thank you very much for being here today. We are going to, the idea is to have a conversation among the three, but we gave space, if we have time, I have a few more questions from you as well at the end, because in these kind of issues, there's always more questions than answers, which is good. However, the idea is that the questions can be established among us all. I would like to ask you to all get within context. What is the progress of artificial intelligence in Latin America and the Caribbean? What is happening? What world are we in? First of all, I think that we are seeing a higher adoption sign, and the studies are showing this. For example, in Colombia, recently they published 112 systems of automated, not all of them are artificial intelligence. In Brazil, there's an NGO that have a map and it says there's more than 40 systems. In Chile, from GovLab, from the University Adolfo Ibáñez, we have a repository of public algorithms where by the end of the year we will have more than 100 systems in which more than half declare to be artificial intelligence. And there's a growth by the governments. There's more strategies. You even mentioned, I believe yesterday, that there's more countries with strategies. There's many bills. There's a push towards regulation. We also have spaces to measure, like the index that was created between Senia and other institutions. And we are seeing how things are going forward with enthusiasm. There are still certain parts of the Caribbean, at least, and we have the impression that there is not much happening because at least the Caribbean islands declared in the IAC Forum of Ethics that they're very interested. However, they do not have much progress, at least some of them. And in that sense, I do not know much about the Caribbean. But in Latin America, I do feel that there is a drive towards the adoption of AI, and international organisms or bodies are also pushing it, and they all have their office, GAF, IDB, the OECD, World Bank, etc. So we see a scenario that is thriving. Well, Chris, thank you for such a generous presentation. The good thing is that almost everybody know me, and I'm no guru, I'm no expert of anything. However, I am a very avid learner and interested in everything having to do with artificial intelligence. I think the situation of the region Maria Paz described it very well. I would say that, and you also showed it well with Fairlack, one of concern within the society because something is coming very strong that we do not know and could generate some kind of damage. Let's say it that in that sense, and also in the sense of the public sector that has to try to place order and certainty, and we don't know exactly how to handle this, and also anxiety in the private sector that says there is a lot of money here, right? A lot of money, and when we started and this is being pushed by algorithms. And I think something reasonable is being carried out that most people, everybody is trying to get into one part of the picture. There's a lot of events, there's a lot of meetings, there's a lot of workshop documents, as you were saying. However, we still do not know how to take strong steps. That is why what you showed makes me I'm pleased with what you showed because I do believe that there are tools that are going to be useful for all of us to be able to work together. So, from my concern, uncertainty and anxiety in the region. And remembering something that Luis Porto said yesterday, the hypothesis of the red queen that makes us all think, is this a case where it should be the opposite? We shouldn't run so fast. Maybe we should think about it with more calm and more calmly. And everything you were saying regarding the implementation, laws, what problems are coming up? What things are not coming out right regarding all of this run that the countries are having?
I would say that one important thing, it is a lack of transparency in the implementation of these systems. Research, studies that have been done, but not many. In Chile, we have a cadastral algorithms with the Council for Transparency 2021. 80% of the systems declared by public services did not have information in the webpage of the public body. Other NGOs as Digital Rights have done some research in many other countries, trying to do some use cases, and they have found some walls in order to access information. Information is not available. They're not willing to provide it. So that is one issue, one topic, the lack of transparency. And we need to think in the legal framework of data protection, which are more modern, where there's a right to know when there is an automated decision. And that automated decision affects people a lot. So the modern regulation of data protection sets that right, which we need to make available somehow. In Latin America, we're not having research, as in Europe and the US, allowing us to having some algorithm audits, having evidence, deep and sustained and based evidence of discrimination, ProPublica, of the prediction model of reincidence, research, which is as the ones being done in Europe, there are some social benefits algorithms there. So there's a lack of knowledge, may take a risk. There are some emblematic cases, such as the one that you mentioned. It was a big flaw. They didn't really understand that adolescent pregnancy is a social problem, not technological. And how it was addressed, it was like a technological problem or issue. But in Chile, for instance, Valparaíso we implemented a face acknowledgement, recognition phase to miss, to, they didn't really do it. They understood that they thought they were working with biometric data, and therefore there were some people against that. So I would say that we don't really know which are these problems or issues. We have some intuitions of which they might be. Implementation in healthcare, for instance, where we need to be careful how we implement that in healthcare, because if a system of cancer detection, esophagus cancer implemented in Chile in private hospitals, public ones, how does it work for men and women? Does it detect with 3 more mistakes in men or in women? Hopefully not, but it is already implemented and we don't really know the way it works. So it is like we're implementing something in some, I mean, I appreciate the word, I don't know who mentioned this yesterday, one of the representative of doing it in case of low risk. I would start doing it with low risk cases. I would be really careful how we advance in high risk cases, such as in healthcare, because problems may occur because of a lack of, I don't know, algorithm justice, on algorithm equality. So that is my appreciation, my thought. So what I rescue from what you have said is that it is good that we think in technological solutions. It is good. I'm thinking in this tool, but we need to address it from social problems that are there, present. Being citizens, because we're trying to put citizens at the very core of this. We need to understand that cliche, right? And we need to understand it deeply. Miguel, following to what you said in the description of the region and what it is like, which is the approach, main approach, that you believe governments should have when talking about artificial intelligence, or in the conversation that you have in this network in some other spaces, which is for you the approach that it should be followed, considering also the consequences of the problems that have been that Maria Paz already mentioned. Well, reacting to this $1,000 that you paid me to do some publicity to Serlac reflects a lot of the approach that artificial intelligence require. I'm not going to call the whole league, but I was an apprentice in this joint sector with OGDI. We talked about artificial intelligence and data, and the region needs a policy requiring or including many other things that we have mentioned. First of all, we internalize everything, according to what Maria Paz just mentioned. Regulating in algorithms may be audited on how and by whom, creating an institutionality around AI, where it's not there. And many multilateral bodies say that there must be governance mechanisms giving participation to all the stakeholders. So that's why I got happy that in your slide you have academic centers, you also have the civil society, private sector experts, and so on. So there's some governance mechanism there. So we also need creating some space to develop the sector. Of course, we need that. Regulating, I mean, it is not one against anyone. It is in order to favor everyone, protecting human rights and helping the private sector to get developed. So that's why this joint venture, it is also good to mention it, but that also requires a public policy. We're going to need some data. This consumes data. It lives from data. It eats data. And in our region, we're still missing data. And we're missing good quality data and good quality control systems up until we don't have policies about it, then the rest will have to wait for. I'm talking about infrastructure. We're not talking about much about that. We were at a meeting some time ago when we discovered that these artificial intelligence elements are requiring a lot of storage, processing, and in some places it does not exist. So we need policies having many of the elements that you described, which are going to organize the sector. Governments should have at least two approaches. One, promoting, boosting innovation, promoting this and boosting this. And this is really important. And the other line, it is promoting responsibility. So what does responsibility mean? That institutions implementing AI should be in charge of the effects that that produces, especially when the effects are negative. So we're observing interesting things there. Here in Chile, for instance, this Chile Compra public purchase agency, depending from the treasury, created a standardized format for buying AI that wants to make life easier for public bodies trying to buy something and also suppliers and vendors. So every time this service is bought, it is done differently. It is not done differently because sometimes people don't really understand everything, different formats, different structures of requests from the different tenders or requests for proposals. So having this, which is a tool that promotes and organizes things and provides a useful tool for the state for buying AI in a better way, it is so useful. And besides those bases, they have some ethical standards, a language type clauses. If you need the vendor to accept an algorithmic audit, assuming that you will have to do it in the future. So the language is there in order to be inserted into the contract. So it simplifies making accountability. Transparency systems vendor need to give you some things. So you as a body, transparent different models. So that is the type of things that are included in this responsibility approach. And they also include this promotion approach. We need to balance those two things. So all of this has to do with, it has to go with some budget allocation. We need to include funding in all of this conversation, in this debate. I'm thinking that in what you were mentioning, Miguel mentioned it at the beginning, there's some fear and some thrill or emotion and responsibility and motivation and the different approaches that we're observing. On the one hand, we have Europe with the laws they have, the USA, on the other side, this new executive order. We also have what G7 mentioned, this intermediate, Hiroshima intermediate law. Is there any country having some laws, appropriate laws, or who are working on that in those bills, laws, acts? How do we regulate that? I would say that we need data protection, which is robust. And of course, that doesn't really exist in many countries. That is one important topic or issue. I believe that before advancing into artificial intelligence laws, we need to build the basement of this house. And this basement, for instance, if there's, because in some countries are much better in data protection than others, Panama, Brazil, I understand that bills are quite good there. But some others, such as Chile, were in prehistory. So we need to build the basement of the house, a bill for data protection. And some other laws may also apply for this. There are some arbitrary anti-discrimination laws in some of the countries. They may also apply to AI. I don't know if it is necessary in this very moment to regulate artificial intelligence. I believe that we need to advance more in some governance of data and some other things which are providing that space and creating spaces before some other laws, such as the one for anti-discrimination, in order to address some aspects which may arise from algorithms or in healthcare. We have some sectoral regulations for health. All the countries have some mechanism to approve a medical device, right? They're not going to use any device at a surgery, at a hospital. So in those places, we should insert mechanisms, regulatory elements, in order to AI in healthcare, as FDA is doing it in the USA. So I believe that we're still, in terms of AI laws or acts, I'm not so favor. I'm not for that because we're still missing the basement for the house, so it doesn't sink. For this to be fun, even though if I agree with my request, I would have said no. So I believe we need to stand up. We need to think because basically when the person who is almost, I mean, the father or the mother of all of this, the one who created this GPT, and he leaves the company, and he says, I mean, he's afraid or scared for what was to come. So when they say, let's stop here for a while because this is so powerful, we need to rethink it. So for the first time in mankind history, we have something in our hands that runs the risk of dominating men or affecting men a lot. Men and women, the humankind, right? Mankind. So I believe that we need to think about it twice because so far in history of not regulating technology, well, it helped creating many multinationals companies with many billionaires. But the ones policymakers, the message for them was if you wait too long, it's going to be too late. In order to regulate everything that happened with social networks, with elections and fake news and all of that. So we're a little bit late, a little bit too late there. So I want to confess that I don't want to do that. We need a deep conversation, dialogue. So there, even though I am from Europe, I like the USA approach, creating a dialogue amongst legislators and different sectors, technology sector. And they visit Washington quite so often. So they should explain all of the implications so legislators know. And from knowledge, they could also legislate in a better way. So our region needs to do the same. We need to help the legislative power to know a bit more about it. And leaders of the sector power need to know this, and altogether we should know what to legislate and where, and up until where. But skipping some time or waiting too much, it may lead us for this to be too late. Europe said that there's a legislation which is solid and robust with a structure of risk and so on and so forth. We know it, but if that's the chance of the options, well, we need to still think about it and talk about it. In the morning, Jose told me that he had gone to La Moneda many times to talk about institutionality. And I was thinking about it. Maybe that for AI, institutionality needs to be different. That governance of AI doesn't need to be different from the governance that we have or we use for other tools which are popping up or appearing. Because why AI? Why do you need AI and not other emerging technologies? How does it work? How does AI governance work? Well, right now it is so, I mean, separated. In one of the small groups, one of the panels in the afternoon, we were talking about this. And I have a list of 6 areas, different areas, where there were aspects related to, I'm talking about areas of the government where there are some functions or attributes or attributions related to AI. So I believe that in each of the countries, one sector will need to adopt leadership and articulating this with some intersectoral tables and conversations. But I'd like those areas to be the areas of data, hopefully, because in the end, AI, it is one way of analyzing data. It is more complex, of course, but I believe that over there, that would be the ideal place to be. In some places, such as in Chile, it is at the science ministry. So it would also, it depends on where it is, but wherever it is, there must be a good articulation amongst ministries. And we'll know how difficult that is because of the natural silos that public administration has. Basically that. Yes, the answer is yes. It is going to be an institutionality and a governance which is going to be so different from what we know so far because the private sector will have a role which is more important than in many other sectors or than many other sectors. And as I mentioned that about Google, we need to highlight that Facebook and some other ones said, please regulate these social networks. And that shows a willingness. They are willing to have this conversation to be something in that institutionality, in that governance, to participate even more, because it can be in order to benefit the business, and not just to limit anyone or to avoid growth. Yesterday we heard Joao over there, yes, known as Asimov. right, predicting the future. He talked about with high enthusiasm how Portugal government is using AI in some interesting solutions. So no one, I believe no one in this room and outside this room wants to stop that. No one. But we don't want to lose control of it, not to create any harm. So the governance is going to be rather different. And it's going to have a more active role from society and the private sector than in some other models or some other sectors. That makes me think. And before we go into the questions, because we're running out of time, it really got my attention observing the Korean experience when they showed the experts, when they showed the strategy of digital transformation and the group of experts. There was like 12 faces up from the private sector and 4 from the public sector. So I thought in our strategies in Latin America, most of the public sector, it is going to be there. So it made me wonder. We have 5 more minutes. Would you like to add anything else? Any other service that you think CERLAC Plus should provide to this country? Or shall we go into our questions from the audience? I believe that international bodies such as IDB and FERLAC, they need to help articulating conversations amongst countries. Because otherwise, whom, right? So in that sense, within what you just mentioned, there were some spaces of conversation, regional space conversation, and I believe that is so very important. Because if we try to create some regulation covering, including all of the global companies, technological companies, there's no way to do it if it is not regionally, for instance. So in that sense, promoting, boosting this space for conversation or exchange at an industry level or at academia level, as I saw in the functions, I believe it's something so necessary. And NOR really has that mission of coordinating everyone. So there's an interesting space over there. Swiftly, a role, I don't know if it is clear, it is promoting boosting tests, pilots, or demonstration cases. Plenty of cases where society is shown the value of AI. We need to try. So it is useful for traffic, healthcare, security, and so on, and case uses with low risk. So in Chile, they're using satellite images for controlling salmon companies. Interesting way, and that saves a lot of money, and it protects the environment, and at the same time, it allows salmon producers keep on working if they're doing according to the rules, how environmental was approved. So those systems are so interesting. They're implemented here in Chile by the superintendents of environment. So there's plenty of value for AI. And I believe that that should be shown. Everything should be shown in some open source that could also be shared. Incentives and responsibility. We have 5 more minutes. Questions, comments, complaints, congratulations. So we're going to listen to some 2 or 3 questions, and then later we're going to answer them. Jose, please, the floor is yours. So I just want to say that this topic, it is extremely wide, extends, and the urgency, analytic urgency, it is making an effort of structuring. We may not talk about artificial AI globally. There are many different distinctions to be done. And I suggest there are 2 development paths. First, as a substantive strategy. What do you need or can countries do? That has to be defined because, I mean, from there, that is a starting point. Many of the designs may arose from there. In my case, I offer AI or automation mechanisms advance strongly in order to improve productivity of the state in critical services. I believe that is one of those. I mean, healthcare is one of the elements with all of the safeguards, but the level of difficulty for serving healthcare services here in Chile is gigantic. There's no possibility if we don't use technology in order to advance that with safeguards. I mean, that is a strategy, and we're going to concentrate there. Now, talking about strategy, as Herbert well said yesterday, there are some things that we cannot regulate. We need to be realistic. We're not going to regulate AI here in Chile at all, right? So we need to be able to know where we can influence and how we're going to some coalitions as well. And the other line, it is risk. We need to insist on what Joao mentioned yesterday. We need to identify those low risk spaces. Of course, over there, we need to make an effort for controlling risk control effort, which is different. Data, it's not personal information, it's a different beast. And in many cases, the mechanisms of AI are much more trivial, and we know them all. And besides that, they are not decision-making spaces. So that is one, it is analytic corner with a low risk. Another cases are sensitive data of decision-making. If we don't do this mapping, mapping, we may spend too much time in atomic technology analysis in this field, and we're not going to advance because we're going to be tied up between the desire, the desire of innovating and the fear and risk. So we need to start making decisions, we need to start working, and we need a roadmap. So in a second stage, we can have more specific policies.
Muchas gracias. Quizás mi pregunta.
Thank you very much. Maybe my question goes more towards the laws. You see, we can't norm artificial intelligence. However, my question is, considering our reality of our public management, how can we norm or guarantee that there can be the good use of artificial intelligence, or at least in the development of this artificial intelligence in the different countries? Because since we are exploring and developing that, where there can be a lack of ethics, or it can affect one of our sectors, so financial sectors, and it can be end up being more damaging than beneficial. So how can we guarantee that those who are developing artificial intelligence in other countries or in our countries can do it in an ethical way without applying norms or laws, or without obligating them to be under a norm? And the second thing is, I don't know if we could have a proposal from Fairlac to have a roadmap model in which the countries can sit down and say what is step number 1, 2, and 3, and analyze a little bit the index of artificial intelligence development, and to be able to use that as a base, so that at some point when we want to go forward in this issue of artificial intelligence, what subjects or what issues can we start with? Thank you. We continue with Uruguay, and then we answer the questions. And then just one more, to respecting time. Due to an illusion, first of all, congratulations. The panel was very good, very interesting to listen to all three of you. And regarding this, I would like to take what was said at the beginning. I think that for the region, it's very important to have the regulation of the environments that haven't been regulated yet. In the case, for example, of Uruguay, that both laws are 15 years old, the public form and data protection, and they have constantly been modified and modernized. There is many things that the AI could not do. And there's a specific article of the 16, the law of data protection, that says databases that are automatic, and it is prohibited to have automatic recollection of data, blah, blah, blah. It doesn't say artificial intelligence, but in reality, it's talking about automatic motors, and we could be talking about ChatGPT, for example, or any of those solutions. So I coincide 100% in that the most important thing for us, I believe, is the regulation of the environments where technology can be deployed. And here we have two big scenarios, data protection on one hand, and on the other hand, transparency, accountability, or the controller of citizens towards what happens with their data. As an example, and I coincide with you as well, and that is why I'm not so concerned with maybe the speed of regulation, specifically speaking of technology. In 1860, this the first time we had a car with internal combustion, and it wasn't until 1945 that they had the first norms of circulation, and where they indicated which side they had to go on, etc. And then they started adding norms regarding safety, and then regarding the environment, and then energy matrix. But up till today, nobody has regulated the size of the cylinder or the piston. So it's been a lot of years until there was a regulation for the first time in an encounter. And I think this time there is a great parallel. So for me, once again, the most important thing for the region is to have regulation of environments so that the technology can be deployed. Thank you very much. So quick reactions because time is running out. Yes, I rescue what Jose was saying regarding these low-risk spaces that we need to incentivize. You can review public algorithms, and there are many cases of that are low risk that are very interesting. For example, the Health National Fund, they automated the acceptance of normal medical leave, and they left for human the part that has to do with the rejection of a medical leave, and it reduced that process, which is necessary. We're talking only about health, but that way those cases where it was approved automatically, then they had less time before they had to wait to be able to be paid. And in that sense, we have to use satellite use to be able to control, to be able to help protect the environment, for example. And then in another case, how can we go forward with responsible use without a normal part of FAIRLAC that already is in its third year? It's based on this model. How do we go forward without loss, but using tools that regulate public policy rules that already exist? Chile Compras has a standardized basis to be able to buy any article. Digital government had guides on how to design in a responsible way. The Council for Transparency has the faculty to interpret transparency law, and they're discussing a draft of norms for the public sector that has to do with an interpretation of the current law. So taking the things that already exist, with certain adjustments, we can start incentivate responsible use, but that it was not going to be without self-regulation, certification, the companies training, incorporating these issues at the developer levels, because there is no vendor capable at this time. The experience we have, it shows us that there's a lot of space to learn and to provide these services. I think that Maria Paz responded all three issues. I would like to let you close since we don't have much time, the mother of FAIRLAC. So thank you very much. Once again, we end up with many questions and conversation issues as we were talking about yesterday at the table we had regarding governance of data in artificial intelligence. So we will continue in FAIRLAC with this conversation. We can support in all of these conversations. After, then I will send you my information so that we can continue working on this, because as Jose was saying, this is large, very broad. And how do you eat an elephant? One piece at a time. So that's the way we are going to do so. Thank you very much.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much, Maria Paz, Hermosilla, Cristina Pombo, and Miguel. And now I would like to leave you with Luis Madariaga. He is a member of telecommunications development. He is a member of state modernization in the public system and Ministry of Finance in Chile. And he is also in DIPRES, responsible for financial administration of the state. And from his origins, pushing the process that assesses technologies of information in the state, DEVATIC, and he is also going to share with us the technological investments, some results, and some challenges.
Aquí el botón. Sí.
Muchas gracias por la presentación. Muy buenas tardes a todos.
Thank you for this presentation. I would like to greet you all, and I am very happy to have the honor to share with you the experience that we have had with the Ministry of Finance and with the SECPRES in digital governance in this process of assessment of the investments in digital transformation. This came up a few years ago, approximately 5 years ago, with the need of being able to balance resource demands for technological purchases regarding capabilities of financing from the Chilean government. The Ministry of Finance was also very interested at that time through the modernization program. I remember a few years ago, I was in that program as well with the team. and to start to look for the way to assess these initiatives that were being incorporated as request to the budget department, a request that had no description, that was very substantial from the Ministry of Finance to finance them. They could trust it in the institutions and they would give them the resources. The statistics of the execution of these technological projects, however, gave us strong alerts, and one of them had to do with the percentage of failure within the projects related to information of technology, IT, which was around 60%. And these were 60% of the projects failed. And that meant that there was a lack or a loss of resources that was very important for public management and cost of opportunity. So when we talk about digital transformation of the state, what we are wanting to do is not to increment technological abilities of a state, but how, through our management and the use of technologies and the capabilities of governance and government interoperability and sharing services, how can we increment public value for people, whether it be these people that are natural people or citizens or businesses or the institutions themselves? Next slide. Perfect. So what we finally established was a process that went through the different institutions in the public sector and that they would converge in the evaluation of technology processes with an emphasis in introduction of recommendations to the budget sector for financing of those. These technical recommendations were based mainly on standards, technical standards, and the construction of a capability from the organization to be able to carry out these projects and these investments. And on the other hand, the sustainability of the solution. So then we started perfecting in a slow way the criteria to be able to carry out these initiatives and this process of evaluation or assessment of digital transformation throughout the years. So what I have a technological problem here. So the motivation and how we are handling this throughout this year at this time, the Chilean Congress is discussing in Senate the budget that each of the public institutions is requesting for their institutional management. And it's in Senate, and most likely in less than a month it will be approved. But that budget started to be drafted by the different institutions of the central government and the public business and the regional as well around April of this year. And the process of budget formulation, what does it contain? The programs for improvement of public politics, and also the improvements of technologies of information associated to those problems having to do with public issues are starting to assess around or evaluated around April of each year. So the process is very long, and the process in the end delivers a budget allotment to execute during the next year. So this improvement or enhancement has somehow allowed us to reorient our strategic orientation and strategies And the quality of service is a driver, a decision driver, and the components of government digital transformation and the incorporation or what is mandatory due to the digital transformation law or act, which has aspects of improvement in digital government. What is the process that is used to evaluate these? This process is open when the budget is starting up. This is parallel. This is basically having carried out during this process, and each one brings up they present their project with a unique ID for each one of them, and each project on its own has an ID as well. That is a unique ID. So that means that we can catalog for each one of the institutions the different kinds of projects that are presented for the assessment of this process, with the idea of being able to carry out recommendations having to do with funding. So we set up during this assessment or evaluation cycle, we set up a team of reviewers that are peer reviewers that are part of the same institutions. They are the same iOS of the institutions, and together with other EIOs or peers, they assess a sub group of the projects that are in the pipeline. And this is recommended or not technically by the same peers, with the only restriction that if you can assess from your own you cannot do it in your own portfolio for obvious reason. And control that is used is with being anonymous. A peer does not know who the other peer is, nor does the evaluation of the institution, those who present projects do not know who they are going to be assessed by, to be able to ensure a transparency mechanism that is important in decision making, and also a mechanism to have cross control. During this year, we innovated in the segmentation of the kinds of projects that we carry out, and the segmentation for projects that is considered critical from the point of view of a strategy of digital transformation and the emphasis of public policies of the central government. And this for us has been a mechanism that was important to be able to segment those projects. And with IDB, we selected a team of external assessment or evaluators with the objective to be able to, with a common focus, be able to carry out the evaluation of these projects in a standardized way and also in a critical way, considering the magnitude in many cases of the resources that are being requested, and on the other hand, the importance of the projects that are presented. So the evaluation lasts around 3 months, and in the end, there was a recommendation of a budget allotment. And here there is a rule. If the technical team that evaluates, whether it be for large amounts or those who are smaller, does not give the technical okay, we just clearly do not finance it. It's that simple. The jump of analysis that has to be improved, that has been improved over the last period of time, has to be above the institutions, and each time it is the requirements are higher. So the budget allotment is finally given once it is approved, and then you close a cycle in which you can start initiating the projects. Now, there are different types of projects, right? Those that want to establish improvements for citizens and the final users, and for the institutions who formulate them, and the state with a more transformation point of view and going more in a transversal way. And this was the criteria that we decided to use to be able to adhere or to assess the adherence of different initiatives. The first one that has to do with a situation that is from explicit decision of authorities to not finance investments during the period of the pandemic, to be able to have some cash flow and have resources directly to the beneficiaries due to the detention of economy during the pandemic. And so we introduced a reduction. We were approximately 3 years stopping investments, and now once again, we are giving a percentage of investment to be able to reduce obsolescence. And the other thing that we also prioritize has to do with interoperability solutions. This interoperability is basically the one that allows the different institutions to share and reuse information through the available platforms. And now there is a version that is called the version of interoperability number 2. I'm sorry, I had forgotten the name. And we somehow push that development of the projects could adhere to the interoperability designed by this department and the shared areas as well. And this was important criteria or a strategic way to be able to evaluate, at least from the point of view of adherence to those principles and to the projects.
Cybersecurity solutions, well, I imagine that you also have received, during this period, an increase in cyber attack. Cyber attack rate in Chile in 2023, it has increased in 35-40% in comparison with last year. So those cyber attacks have created a disruption in services that we had not seen before. The complexity then of technology associated to cybersecurity, it is even higher and higher, and it requires some common methods to create some protection and detection of recovery, which is faster. So that it is, incidents are quite shocking in terms of cybersecurity. And that was also included in the strategic axes for this assessment. And of course, inclusion in the creation of projects, different elements which allow to meet our obligations, which are the ones belonging to the Digital Transformation Act law. It needs to be finished in terms of the implementation of all the services by the year 27, if I'm not wrong. 2027, yes, it should be done and completed by that year. So we're going to share some figures. 392 institutions participated in the year, 2,805 projects were presented. The request of resources was of about $1,864,000, and $1.2 billion were accepted. This is yet due to pertinence, technical pertinence, and quality of the formulation. This is not a restriction in terms of budget. So in this, there was a change here, probably. There must be some initiatives which were not funded, and some others were funded, of course. Now, talking about last year, there's an important curve of growth in the amount of resources allocated or requested for 2024, around 76.3% above what it was requested last year, especially because of the contraction of resources that we decided to do during the pandemic. And now we're including at least the need from the institution new viewpoint of investing with a higher level or investing more. That it doesn't translate into an increase in those levels in terms of IT, but we may interpret we need a bit more of resources, and over here there is a gap in comparison with those elements that were created and that need resources that not necessarily exist. So over there is a need of balancing properly the financial capacities and budgeting capacities with the capacity of or with the need of resources requested for doing those investments in digital transformation. Talking about percentages of rejected projects in comparison with 2023 and 2024, I mean, 2024 was higher. We may interpret many different things. There are plenty of data analytics that should be done. We have information, the ones who were assessed, the evaluators as well, the criteria, and there's in the final chart, we can also say that there were rejected many more projects than last year, but technically, more of them were also passed. And that, of course, requires a more specific analysis to have some conclusions to reorganize the quality of the formulations. Talking about number of projects, there's an inter-annual variation. There are fewer projects because we also said in order to assess in a more efficient way, there's a clusterization of those projects. So we created a clusterization per type of projects, and therefore there was a lower effort of assessment during this process. And in this conversation we have had during these different days, we have talked about the different types of projects. Funding during 2023 were mainly requested for maintaining the operational continuity. That is the first, it is expressed in the first graph in blue, and the composition of that funding changed for the year 2024. And right now, there are funding improvement projects. So that means that once having solved the solutions having to do with the operational continuity, they have introduced now, or there's a need of covering or allocating resources for improvement projects in order to do some transformation of the different capabilities. This is a chart with some real figures. In red, we have bigger amounts. Over here, there's a clusterization that we did. The first rows belong to all of the digital transformation, digitalization of procedures, errands, document manager, integration with different platforms, and so on and so forth. We also have categorized all of different types of projects and which was the funding presented or given in the year before and the one for this year. This is also categorized by different services. It is not here. Let me tell you about that. Healthcare services, together with security management in the Treasury, are the ones requesting more funds. Equipment. The Treasury, there are some institutions there, such as police officers that requested a big amount of resources to renew radio communication with different police stations. So that created a big effort by this expert team that we hired with the IDB, which was so interesting to assure something such as avoiding vendor locking. Because if we have a contract, 10 years contract, we're going to have the need of setting different mechanisms to get out of the contract if the contract or the vendor is not appropriate or the brand being tendered or awarded responds to international standards. So that type of projects, big projects, hundreds of millions of dollars, hundreds of millions of dollars was also assessed by this process. And it was done with different external types of evaluation. It is a current condition, but we want to make some improvements. We're going to use the systemic approach, which is being recommended by OCDE for the development of this investment and expenditure in digital transformation based on this axis of planning, strategic planning, execution and implementation, assessment monitoring, and the execution of benefits and results. This is a topic which is so relevant. Not only we're going to measure the quality of the project in its vital signs within a concept, which is, it has to be done, but we'll also introduce elements of a results analysis connected to the programs, public programs, connected to assessment of public programs, which currently occur in the Chilean government through its budget office, together with the social development ministry. We're not only going to introduce improvements, things such as basic governance of the macro projects, but also with the link of that process with process of assessment of public policies. We're also in a transition stage, as has been commented by Jose. It has to do with governance of the digital administration. Digital government has been executed. We're in a transition. It is going into the treasury, and that requires some adjustments in order to set an adherence of this process to these new challenges that we have. Talking about alignment strategies, we're going to strengthen the monitoring and evaluation stage. We're going to have an evaluation before and during the exercises for gigantic projects. Or we had magnitude and the ex post assessment to have a feedback, the assessment of the public policy. Because a digital transformation project, it is of course connected to public policies through its programs. So over here, what we want to do, it is a link, an association between this idea of management of the technological investment with the management of the public value. And of course, go deeper into the digital strategies at a national level. Also, we give lots of importance. I mean, for us, we're highly interested in maintaining a neutrality, technological neutrality, and also creating practices avoiding the increase of costs through, for instance, the use of cloud solutions not having a counterparty, which is hybrid on premise. So there could be a portability or transition of services to a premise on premise or cloud to cloud. So in that way, we shouldn't have any inconvenient due to this vendor locking that may be disfavorable for us. And that is that. That's what I wanted to share. We are developing this procedure of investment and analysis and assessment closer to the public policy assessment, with results which so far have been really good for everyone. Thank you very much. Do you have time for some questions? We are short of time. We may continue. And I don't know, maybe in coffee breaks, during the coffee breaks, we can do some networking and asking questions to different presenters and speakers. Thank you. Well then, thank you, Mr. Madariaga. International supports are so important for digital agency. In order to know more about these initiatives, we invite the members of the next module, Lina Marmolejo from DBI, Valeria Torres, Chief of Area Public Management of Open Government, CEPAL, Yolanda Martinez, leader of the initiative GovStack, International Government of Telecommunications, QITEC, Sinsikut, former CEO of the Sunni government.
Disculpe, en vez de
Instead of DBI, instead of Linda Marmolejo, we're going to have Florencia Aguirre from the knowledge team of digital government, DBI.
¿Ya? Ahora sí.
Okay, then. So I will take the chance that Christina broke the ice. I am going to be here standing because we are, For the ones who don't know me, I am Florencia Aguirre. I am part of one of the best teams of the IDB, Digital Government team, belonging to Miguel Perua. And within that excellent team, I am also part of the best team of all of them, which is the Knowledge Agenda in Digital Government, coordinated by Benjamin Rosef. You know him. And I am President and Juliet Santa Maria. You also know him. And if you don't know him, well, hopefully you can meet him. I am going to be speaking on behalf of the team. And the idea now it is just telling you what we do from this agenda of knowledge and how we can help you in your work. I am speaking without the clicker. I don't have the clicker. So, why? Why this cluster data and digital government has a team of knowledge? Basically, what we do is creating information for reporting the design of public policies and its implementation. We know that there are many things that work because, you can see things working. You see things on the field working with people in the companies. But sometimes we need to create information which can justify investments. Sometimes we have some goals that we want to get, but we don't really know how to do it or the best way to do it. So from the knowledge team, we do different researches. I will tell you about them. So you can get to know the best way of getting or obtaining your goals, achieving your goals. This also helps us to be accountable for the different reforms that you do. It also provokes some guidelines and creates guides the dialogue of public policy, as I commented before, where we want to go and which are the different roads that we may follow. So, from this knowledge team, we have three working lines: research, measurement, pedagogy, and practical guidelines. Talking about research, we work in different topics about cybersecurity, identity and digital signature, proactive services, emerging technologies, automation, talent, skills, and interoperability. This is summary, summary, all the different topics that we're covering. Also, the ones we cooperate with some specialists from all over the division of the IDB and some other teams, as I will tell you later. Within research, what we do it is trying to find cause evidence helping the design of public policies. For instance, if you have a reform in this government portal with the main goal of obtaining more attracting more users, and then after a week of having been implemented, it increased and there are more visits into the portal, how do we know that that increased because of what you did and not because there was an event, external event that made more people to visit the portal? So, in general terms, that is what we do within research. I want to tell you now about some projects where we're working. The first one, it is the impact of a chatbot of AI in the citizen service and access to education. Over here, we worked in Colombia. In Colombia, there's an institution which is called IFES, which basically has examinations for entering or applying to universities. So we implemented a chatbot helping serving all of the questions citizens may have in help in information questions, dates for the examinations exams and the cost of them, and also for some transactions such as which was my score or I want to get enrolled. So what we did was assessing which is the cost of or the saving of this chatbot in terms of efficiency, administrative efficiency, and satisfaction for the customer. So basically, we measured how much time public administration saves in serving those complaints that used to be on the phone one-on-one, and now they can be channeled through this chatbot. Another research we're developing or performing, you know that proactive services of the government require that people give their personal information and they must be willing to share it. There is a service or some tension between this personalization and privacy. If they tell me, Valencia, would you like to share all of your personal information? I would say no. But if you tell me, I give you a gift card from Amazon, $10, I say yes. What we found in this research is that citizens, they want services, personalized services. They also want proactive government services. But what we need, it is them to show us the benefits of providing our information. What happens if the government tells me, Florencia, give me your information? I may say no. But if they tell me, Florencia, if you give me your data, you won't have to do this, or that. I'm going to save this amount of time. Okay, perfect. I'll do it. Another experiment that we have carried out was in Argentina, in an government institution about cybersecurity. There are some phishing emails in order to identify that it's a phishing from the technology IT organization office. So what we did to that organization, we sent all of the people, we sent a phishing email if they could identify purple as phishing or not, or if they clicked in the link. Later, we divided the whole civil service in 3 groups. One group, we give them a training course for cybersecurity of 40 minutes. Another group, they were provided, the same campaign, phishing campaign many times, and we give them feedback. If you did something wrong, we explain why you did something wrong, and if you did something well, we explain why it was good or well done, well performed. Later, a third group, a control group, right? So what we found that the most useful element in order to reduce those clicks in these fake or phishing mails was these campaigns of phishing with feedback. So that was so useful, much more than this 40-minute training in cybersecurity, which indeed had the same effect as the control group. So basically, there was no improvement.
We have many other projects in research area, but I would like to share with you other that we have in the area of measurement of digital government. And here you can see the projects, the STAR project that we are carrying out with Cristina as well, that is digital governance and equity towards a digital inclusive transformation. And we were talking with some of you regarding how not all people have access to public services in the same way. Not all have the same abilities to be able to reach these services through digital channels. So with this study, what we want to do is be able to get to know if all of the efforts of digitalization have contributed or not to a better inclusion in terms of social areas. For example, in theory, digital government, since it can be accessed from anywhere and has no cost, there's no transfer or transportation cost, it should have a democratization in public policy. But did that really happen? So we are studying to be able to answer this question on the side of offer or supply. And in different countries in the region, we are trying to see how they interact with government. And also, we are working with some of you to know from your place, from your country, has it included in digital government, how you have done with a inclusive transformation. We've talked about it. We've had an interview with you, whether it be Ben, Juliet, Baudino, or myself. And those of you who we have not contacted yet, we will contact you, and we thank you very much for your collaboration. Another project that we have is a guide for the implementation of digital transformation in the citizen services, civil service and companies and survey. And we're backing data focused on gender, vulnerable populations. So what we want to do is generate a guide that can be at the national statistics to be able to implement these kind of surveys. And another thing that we are working on together with Javier Barreiro is the Regional Observatory of Digital Governance that measures key indicators of the progress in the region. Lastly, in the last action line, we have 3 other projects that are very interesting. The first one, it has to do with the institutionality of digital government. We know that you are all from different places within public administration in the flow chart. Some of you are in the president, some of you are in the Ministry of Finance, some of you are from agencies, and it is different in having to do with this digital part in the government. So what are the advantages of each one of these areas and why? Is there a method that maybe works in one place yet does not work in a different place? And we are also talking about this with people that are experts in this subject. We have had interviews with them, and we're also talking to each of you to be able to get to know a little bit more how it works and what does not. In the past meeting of the Red Gealc, we presented the digital transformation guide that is basically an encyclopedia of digital government. And there you can find all the different subjects that create this government digital transformation. And we are working on a web version as well of this guide that will be in the portal that is called Cancha, Kancha. And this portal is a web portal that is led by Jose Luis that has different services that we have from IDB for you. So it has to do with knowledge as well as creating community. And in this Cancha portal, what we want to do is what we always say government should do, but maybe we haven't done. That basically is to generate horizontal services and leave them in a unique service. And scanning the QR code that you can see on the screen, we can also share with you, we can share this by email or message if you prefer. You will also have access to Cancha Digital, which is an integrated ecosystem for digital government tools, and it is a framework and tool, and it has common services that improve standardization and time to market. We have different modules, and the idea is that you can have information and knowledge and tools. And this is the first version. We're working on improving it in placing more services available for you, but we would like to do it in a rhythm that will allow us to have feedback. In this portal, you can authenticate and it counts on different services, like, for example, a tool of self-evaluation of cyber security that we had launched a while ago. Many of you already completed it, but here you can have access to it through this location. You can log in and save your results in the same as we can also have a web version of digital transformation of the government that you can read in a more interactive way. You can save markers, you can highlight text, you can add it to favorites, and you can do all of this logging in. And so I would like to invite you to scan the QR code and review the web page and explore it. If you have a recommendation, we are available to be able to speak. You have contact information, and you can also come to us during the meeting. So to be able to finalize, if you have any project of knowledge that you have in mind, if anything that I spoke about caught your attention, please come speak to us, write us an email, or send us a WhatsApp, whatever is easiest for you. And we are working for you to help you do your work better. So thank you very much for your attention.
Audio, por favor, al micrófono de Yolanda.
Hola,
Ah,
Okay, can you hear me now? Our colleagues from interpretation. I tend to speak a bit quick, and I do need a timer, so Florencia is going to help me with that. I would like to start off by saying thank you. I feel like this is my space, and it is an honor to be able to share with you what we are carrying out in Gobstack. And it is an honor to do so in the framework of the 20 years of Red Geal with so many friends, and to be able to contribute with the development of digital government in the region, and to be able to serve our population better, and to be able to close inequality gaps that we have. And the only way that we can do it is working together. So it is a great honor to be here. Thank you very much. We have a video at the beginning of the presentation.
Falta el audio.
Is a series of digital components all working together to complete the task. Each component in the process is called a building block, and each block has a very specific job. A building block could be your platform, a piece of code, a protocol, or an application. When we stack these building blocks, they create the digital foundation for the vital services we all rely on. At GovStack, we take the guesswork out of building these stacks, helping governments to create digital services that are scalable, cost-effective, and built to last. Anaya wants to register for a child healthcare program now that her baby has been born. She confirms her ID number, and the building blocks get to work. The information mediator helps all the blocks speak to each other safely and securely, while the other blocks do the jobs they're designed for. From checking Anaya is Anaya to sending a message to let her know the registration has been successful. The same building blocks can be reused to help Safir apply for an electronic voucher to buy his son's school textbook. That's the magic of building blocks. You don't need to create bespoke solutions every time a new service has to be delivered. This means that critical services run more efficiently, saving money, and most importantly, improving people's lives, leaving time to focus on the things that matter.
Muchas gracias.
Thank you very much. Coming back to the presentation. When I've heard about the initiative of GovStuck, it says I thought it makes all sense. Why did we take so long to integrate specifications, technical specifications regarding components that are the most used in the digital services line, when this saves so much time? If I had been given the technical specifications of GovStuck in 2012, when we started off with a period that I was collaborating within Mexico, and then in the coordination of digital government, we would have been able to do a lot more things than what we have done, because when we worked with technical specifications that were common based on standards, then we can accelerate our processes in design and also in services in record time. And if we do this in a coordinated way, it's much better, because then we contribute not only to have better interoperability amongst our own different platforms as a country, but also as a region and a globe. And that is what GovStack wants to do. It was founded by Estonia. I'm very glad that Sinj is here, because he was the one that was at the table when this project was cooked, and so to say. And it was also founded by the government of Estonia and Germany as well, through their GIZ, and they have their offices here in Sepal, and the International Unit of Telecommunication, ITU, of the United Nations. And it's also a privilege to be presenting GovStack in ECLAC, which is another important agency of the United Nations, and Digital Impact Alliance, which is another organization that is a part of the foundation of the United Nations. I give all of this because it's what GovStack does. It's an alliance of governments that say, let's get together and design and work in a collaborative way, and have some tools and knowledge and better practices that can accelerate the design and the delivery of digital solutions. So how do we work in GovStack? We have 4 areas of important work. The first one has to do with the technical specifications that are in common, and the definition of BIs, which allows each one of our platforms, blocks, shared services, or the name that each government decides to give it, can communicate amongst themselves. Experimentation through a sandbox, which is where they put into practice certain components and platforms that we have as a tender. And I would like to invite you to get to know the code repositories because many have different projects in the different countries and we are implementing different components. Learning, that's why I enjoyed Florencia's presentation because we have exchange of best practices globally. And we have a marketplace that wants to articulate an ecosystem that is a global one that can promote the use of open source and that allows easy integration among the different components of the software. So as technical specifications, I think all of us are familiarized with this kind of structures. We have been working and having investment in technology of ITC. I love what they showed us before, ICT, sorry, where we are in silos. And we have to invest in reusable platforms that allow us to design services in a transversal way regarding the different life trips without having to know everything that is happening in the background. And we need to be able to have better experiences. So what is the advantage? I think the maturity of public goods, and whether it be digital or other spaces, they have relevance that are not only from digital governance, they are also a part of G20 agenda, which means that the Minister of Finance has to be more strategic in how I invest in strategy of information and in the radio with different mechanisms. And here is Brazil, who is going to lead the next G20. And it allows us to continue pushing an agenda that is very important regarding digital government and the investment that is associated to that. What we talk about, we do in GovStack are components that are reusable for services for the citizens, and all of them speak through the APIs that are carried out. And we have 11 specific ones that are available. We're going to close to the 15th. If you look at the blocks and the component platforms that we have worked on with specifications, it's the basic ones for all digital services, identity, registries, interoperability, payments, consent management, which is key with our data protection, notification and messaging, workflows. I think it's pioneer in this sense. Geographical information, international markets, we have infrastructure, guides of UX UI for our different portals, electronic signatures. And you can see at the top, it has come up due to the different presentations and alliances that we have with countries, like, for example, data analysis, systems of learning. And how do we see the specifications? And I would like for you to read the QR code as Florencia did as well. All of it is available in Gitbook. Basically, what it does is describe functionalities that are basic of each one of the blocks, and especially the APIs that make this ecosystem of digital services be flexible enough, and what kind of block do I integrate depending on the journey of each user and that they want to enable. The sandbox is something also that I would like to invite you to explore. All of the information is available in Gitbook, and the objective is to have an environment that allows us to show how things work at the back end with all of this integration so that I can have a proactive service. Congratulations for going past high school. You're welcome. Download your certificate. But a lot of things have happened before. I have to go through and see who actually finished high school. I have to see who is eligible for their high school certificate. Preferably, it can be in a wallet that the citizen chooses, because that's the one I want to use, independent whether it be a government app. There's many things that happen behind proactive service that is simplified to the maximum and requires integration efforts. So what we want with the sandbox is to show in a very intuitive way, that's what it looks like. What does the person see? What does the user see? What does the worker see? And on the right-hand side, what block or reusable component is being activated. When I can have, for example, identity. When I see a form with already pre-filled information, that's called interoperability. I went to a registry and I told the citizen, validate this, and they already have the information from different parts, and it just so there we have the interoperability working. So I think that is something that is very practical and simple that can be used in your meetings that have to do with your cabinet meetings or with the ministers when we're explaining this. So why does it have to always have this as a priority? But everything that is happening so that these services can always be more simple, intuitive, and integrated. So what's behind GovStop Sandbox? We have a layer of UX UI. You can see here recommendations. We carried out a small kit, a prototype that facilitates the design teams for services to be able to enable these customer or user experience. And we have these or journeys, and this we have these different where there was a tender, and we contributed to incorporating the message room, which is where they see all of the events in the version that we currently have of Xroad. And now we have another tender to be able to have consent, and that will be ready by the beginning of next year. And ID management and PFOS is for payment, and we're working with other governments so that their different applications can be compatible with GovStack. Ukraine, through a very important G7, and with the government of Estonia, is leading its platform with the different registries compatible with the GovStack so that it will be available next year. And we want more digital public goods be united to these specifications. All documentation is available in Gitbook. You can see exactly the architecture. And there is a section I love called Do It Yourself. You can replicate all of the setup of the sandbox. You can play with the blocks that are there. And I would like to invite you to allow this to accelerate and pilot quickly critical services even before you launch a tender process if you require. What are the objectives that implement if I have certain components or as what we were saying before from the Chile team in the morning with the password, clave única, with interoperability, with Simple. Maybe there's others that also complement this stack, and that is what we are looking for.
How do we work? We work openly and collaboratively with resources from good practices that may add and to some to this cancha, digital cancha. Every time we have an exercise or workshop with different countries, we announce that and we upload that information, learning modules online, which are being developed for each of the different specifications which are available in the e-learning platform, which is Atinji, communities of practice. This Gealc network, it is the best way of collaborating with the region. We also have all of the information related to the playbook. We also have some conversations. We have had 11 best practices being presented. One challenge that we have launched at a global level, it was glad for me to meet Alexia from Chile. She's also part of this challenge. The Peruvian team, Digital Services, Silvana, and the girls from gov.pe. It was impressive because the first time we received 240,000 applications of women working in digital government. At a global level, we select 139 amongst mentors and participants, and the challenge it is still running. It is the second week, and the best projects willing to implement better best practices of practice design using reusable components are going to be presented in the forum of the World Forum of Knowledge Society in 2024. We also launched an acknowledgement, special one, related to services, digital services, enabled under this approach, which is not new. Many governments have been working on it, and that is what we wanted to acknowledge and give visibility to. We received 50 applications. We selected 10 finalists, and this year it was the first prize. Moldova won it. We're going to launch the invitation by the end of this year, so I'm going to be right behind you. So best practices of the region also participate. The same situation, some acknowledgements are given in the World Summit of Knowledge 27th of May up until in Geneva, Switzerland. Digital market, also a tool that I invite you to visit it. Go into Cancha, the digital Cancha. It's a marketplace, many different products in this open source. Our teams cannot research which is the latest version of this one, who has used it, what references they have. So that is what this aggregator wants. We're doing the integration with the code team of the IDB. It's got a huge repository that the bank has made products in open source, and Julia presented it in the practice communities of the Alliance, World Alliance of Public Assets, Digital Public Assets, which is the bank is doing. How do we work? Openly and collaboratively. It may be a referent government. I love talking to many of you through these 2 days and knowing that the region has always been a panel X-Road with many different pilots at a country level and many accompanied with operations of lending and technical cooperation from the bank. So we want countries which are referent and which can do the bridging in order to scale digital services in most of the countries all over the world. Contributions. Then we have some good teams in the region, and we invite you all to be part of the constant updating of the specifications, learning and exchange. The best example for the world, it is what this network is doing, and it's been doing for the last 20 years. A proposal which is quite concrete and represented for the consideration of the committee, executive committee. It is having this cooperation through the Gealc network, actively participating in the working agenda, which is going to be defined as a priority for 2023 and 2024. Strengthening the activities that have been developed for so long in the working group of public software of digital services, cross-border. First of all, we want everyone to know this exists. That is the most important thing, to be used according to context and needs of each of the countries. And we need to promote having that cross-sectionality in the standards, which are to be set and defined. I'm thrilled to have this possibility to present what we're doing and to be an example for some other regions on how we have advanced together. Thank you very much.
Bueno, muchas gracias.
Thank you. Good afternoon. I'm going to wait for my presentation just a second.
Bueno,
So, remember what our executive secretary mentioned yesterday. In this 8th ministerial version of Society Information Euro in 2022, it was passed or approved in 2024, and it defines 4 action lines, which are there on the screen: developing digital solutions which are inclusive and intended for the welfare, boosting digital information, which is productive and sustainable, setting appropriate governance for the digital era, and strengthening cooperation and integration of regional digital integration. My colleagues are over there, Sebastián Rovira and Alejandro Patiño. They are leading Gealc and all of this work. I'm going to concentrate specifically in the topic related to proper governance for the digital era, which is a topic which has been mentioned oftentimes. It is one of the learnings in our region. And of course, advancing in digital elements requires appropriate governance. I want to mention how do we work in order to strengthen this governance for the digital era. We work basically through 3 modalities: technical cooperation, training, and applied research, in such a way of creating knowledge management, supporting the different efforts of countries in their modernization strategies of the state, and in that context, with a cross-sectional approach, which are essential for this modernization of the state, amongst them open government and digital government. Which is the context? Some elements. We all know that from the UN, this electronic survey says there's a positive evolution in Latin America and the Caribbean. There's 91% of the countries of the region who have achieved this level high level or very high level. And in the latest years, the ones who have progress have done it basically. I mean, of course, they have better connectivity, digital, I mean, access to TICs. So we wanted to advance as well a bit more. We wanted to go beyond, observing more in detail beyond this UN survey, identifying in these 4 areas or dimensions, which from our report are essential for digital governance, which are policies and regulatory frameworks, strategies, governance, and projects, and how they were advancing, how countries were advancing, understanding that everyone or most of our countries are advancing, of course. In that context, and after the analysis of data, we could identify some challenges. And I think it is important. This is not new for you. This is I've seen this before in some of the conversations that we have had during these 3 days. But it is also important because they group some of the clusters where we need to pay attention in the next years. The first one is setting regulatory frameworks for the administrative procedures of the state, which should be done in a digital fashion, such as equivalence of documents signed in paper and digitally, the need of having an institutionality that safeguards the accomplishment of respecting that normative framework, especially for public policies. That is the main goal, strengthen the technical competence and the coordination in the institution in order to promote and driving the digital initiatives, understanding thoroughly the responsibilities, scope, restrictions, and benefits to address them all. We mentioned having a regulatory framework reference approach and operations of a digital identity, interoperability, and the need of having some digital file and folder of the system and advancing towards the willingness that bureaucracy of the state changes, creating some collaboration amongst different agencies and sharing information and resources. What are we doing in all these topics? So what are we doing? Talking about technical cooperation, we are supporting countries in the setting of their governance model for digital governance. For more than 10 years, we have been able to identify a model that considers or includes a strategic governance, rector governance, executive governance, setting some attributes over the institutions in the system, and also some elements which are complementary to the digital government, such as open government, transparency, participation, accountability, and citizenship innovation. This is an exercise we're working with the Dominican Republic, OCTIC, MISIT in Costa Rica, and also since this year with a subnational government from the province of Cordoba in Argentina. In this technical aid, we have accompanied them, and we also create some specific strengthened for capacities, capabilities. Over there, there are some images from the work that we have been developing with MISID, OCTIC, and with the government of the province of Cordoba. What do we do in terms of training? Right there, we have worked collaboratively with many of the ones here. ECLAC has developed or done some training courses with the IDB, with CLAD, and different organizations and bodies. This year, we have developed a training course for digital government. It was done in August and September, from digital government to an intelligent or smart government in the framework of the program of cooperation, ECLAC Korea. There are many in this room who were students of that course. So maybe, I don't know, you have seen each other from those lessons online, and many other courses, in-person courses, training courses by ILPES, which is a modality of learning by doing, sharing experiences, and also creating knowledge from the development, specific development of things, for instance, digital strategies for different public workers in our region. Talking about research, applied research, we have different publications that arise from the learning from the experiences, technical assistance, such as the government document, digital document, government document. We also have many publications included and resources in the observatory of planning. And we also have a resource of research, which is specific in terms of digital government. And I want to invite Alejandra Nace, specialist of ILPS in digital government, show this resource. And hopefully invite you all to support us in order to nourish this resource. Alejandra, the floor is yours. Thank you, Valeria. Good afternoon. I am thrilled to be here in this celebration of 20 years of the Gealc network, which was in its first version done here in Chile. As Gealc, help me out with a video, please. A silent video. We have developed, according to our experience that we have had for almost 20 years of supported region, in terms of digital government. That experience has meant not only getting to know institutionality of the countries in terms of digital governance, but also all of the pains institutions have had in our region in order to achieve or to take that modernization of knowledge through IT. In that context, last year, in the celebration of our ELAC in Montevideo, we launched this research guideline that we created with the ILPS team, where I expect it is not a competition of Cancha GovTalk, but this is a compliment. We hope it is a compliment because what it does is giving some virtual space. There are many different sources of information which are the product of our research and our technical assistance developed in these 20 years. This space, it is free. It has plenty of information, good practices, researches that we have done, and that some other international bodies have also done. We also have many different OGNA models. We have our bodies from OEA. There are some knowledge spaces about digital government, its components, identification, digital identification, citizens box, interoperability. We also have this model of digital governance, which we are promoting. Good practices, and of course, echoing gobierno abierto and the cooperation between stakeholders. This base of information, it is collaborative. And government institutions of our region can send us information so we can upload it into this space, where the idea it is having an exchange amongst peers. Of course, we have this UN survey about electronic government. Every 2 years, it is launched. We analyze that. It is also in this guide. It is included there, and we're going to set aside this card, which is a QR code, so you can all check it. Of course, if you have some observations or if you'd like to provide us with some information to upload it there, it is going to be more than welcome. Because we want to promote this with all of the experience that you may have, also with the challenges that you have. And this should be a complement of our partners from other international bodies are doing. So I invite you all to surf this webpage, and all of the observations and comments are going to be more than welcome. Thank you. Thank you, Alejandra. So with that, we finish our presentation, and I once again invite you to create some synergies amongst the different initiatives of our partners, international bodies. Thank you very much.
Well, thank you.
Muchas gracias. Buenas tardes.
Thought to make this last part of the panel in that sense different, so no presentation. Well, first of all, as I have the floor, then I really want to thank for the chance to be here. I mean, once a year for the last 7 years now almost, Estonia gets to be part of Latin American Caribbean region. And when I go back home and say this to people, then they go like, what are you talking about? But this is really thanks to your kind invites and obviously the generosity of IDB and Senor Barua, what we've been having, and myself have had the luck to join you quite a number of times now. And so exactly, always a pleasure to come back in that sense and be part of this great family a bit. Now, I don't represent Estonia anymore, as some of you do know. After 17 years of government service, I do have the luxury of saying I have retired last year. But the more I thought to make this chance to be in this panel, perhaps use my chance to really offer a bit of reflection. Because, you know, if you're retired, that's what people start to do. You start to basically reminisce. Klastornik knows this well. But you start to basically think back and so exactly try to figure out a bit of what was the lessons learned in a way. So I'll try to share a few things that I think I learned, and I'll share them through failures. So I'll try to share with you a few things that I think I failed at, because I think they have also relevance to the topic here in terms of how we can internationally support each other the most. And I want to mostly talk about something we haven't covered in this panel yet, which also goes to international support, and that's money. So all these things we do in terms of sharing and platforms and stuff like that, it's awesome, and I come back to that. But fundamentally, obviously, the biggest part that we all come here for, and again, why this forum is important, is because there's a lot we can do with money from international institutions, from donors, but even within our own countries, of course. And I think, as I promised to talk a bit about sort of failures and so forth, well, I think many of you have admired Estonia's journey of 20 or 25 years of building things up to the point where, yes, any service basically is digitally available out there. Now, in that, we started from being poor. We started really from the same position that many of your countries have been at as well at the same time. So we started same ways, going to donors, which in our case was European Union mostly. We started really building it up like that. So, but what that means, many of you know as well, it's going from program to program, from project to project. And it means it's the issue of sustainability is there. Basically saying, if you build all these things up nice and neat, what happens tomorrow? How do you keep them up and running? How do you keep them constantly improving? And why this matters, especially so, is that when, again, as you all know, actually how we do digital has very completely changed, and not overnight, but just gradually. Well, think about stuff like, look, if you talk about how the world now is not just the next product you buy off the shelf, but it's really the stuff you build iteratively. How the funding is more in teams than products. How the funding is more in software as a service as opposed to just buying a chunk of license. How the funding now is meant to be for DevOps, as opposed to, again, just like, a project that's being delivered to you. Well, all that means is that we all have a challenge. How do we get the OpEx? How do we get the operational expenditures? And that's what I failed at in Estonia. So to the point where now, unfortunately, I think my successor, for example, has to do zero budgeting. They're breaking the whole funding of digital government apart and trying to put it together again. And what that means, quite a few things will also be killed and discontinued, because you have to somehow find resources. Now, in this, well, that's not the only way to beat this. I mean, obviously, we tried, and you can try many different things. For example, of course, you can try to learn from others' experiences again. We all share the same challenge. So what have countries tried? And in that sense, obviously, international support in the form of joint insights is so valuable. That is why I'm always grateful to OECD. Barbara is there. Because, first of all, places like OECD and places also just like Red Hulk here, it's about, trying to do a bit of insight work, research work in terms of solving the challenges we mutually have, because we all face the same things. So that's why I'm grateful to exactly, for example, in the case of financing, OECD Secretariat picked up the call and started doing work on the financing of digital government, and it still continues in a way. It might have helped that I was the chairman of that group, but they still listened. But fundamentally, so that's one way. Okay, so you try to learn from others, fine. You try to raise money from your cabinet like that. But I think there's also a message there for international donors. The way we fund things and what we fund has to change quite a bit. It has to be exactly teams, not products, and so on and so on. Putting a shoulder under the operation expenditure more than buying the next house or the next road, so to speak, what we usually are used to as donors. And having said that, I think on that front, by the way, to the credit of IDB, I think a lot of the world envies this region because IDB is championing that sort of change and movement. But obviously, there's always more to do. We work today a lot in Africa myself. There you can dream about having funding mechanisms like that. So that's, I think, a challenge for us, like a systemic change also in the funding scene. We have to support. Currently, all of us countries are going to otherwise run into trouble. How do we keep the lights on, even in the great systems we build, especially because we have to be constantly iterating them and have the ongoing money for that. So that's one thing. Secondly, where I failed at, we talked about cross-border things greatly in this forum as well in the last 2 days. Obviously, coming from Europe, Estonia is a member of European Union. European Union is built to be a single market. It's built to be, be cross-border by definition, essentially. However, if you go to cross-border digital services, we jointly in Europe failed massively because it's still lonely actually to emerge. So we tried quite a bit in that absence. We tried quite a bit bilaterally. For example, in Estonia, we started work with Finland next door, both very digitally mature countries. So the whole idea was, and by the way, both on similar platforms of X-Road and so forth, the idea was it should be quite easy, at least technologically, to get data flowing so that, if you go to a tax agency in Finland, basically they could have an access automatically to the records back in Estonia. You don't have to carry papers and, the whole rest of the thing. Doing stuff cross-border should become easy. Well, not really so. Why? Well, part of it is natural because the hardest thing in all of this is how do you align priorities? Even if you have two similar countries in digital maturity and readiness, well, our priorities were different. One side was more ready than the other. And in that sense, it just takes time. The other thing is also that in the absence, again, and in the shortage of funding we all have, the funding mechanisms have to be supportive to join things. Sorry. And this is really where it comes to the game. Obviously, again, Europe has been a front runner. European funding is meant for joint things, joint initiatives, joint services. Rest of the world is only starting to catch up on that. And again, I think that's a message for us that in the fundings we have available for our regions, how to really make stuff also happen and funding available for regional things. That's a challenge in this part of the world. That's a challenge in East Asia. That's a challenge in wherever you go. So, and when I say a challenge, it's not something that we should all look up to the donors to. That's also in our hands, in the government's hands, to basically help to make those mechanisms work like that. The third thing, when it comes to funding that we failed at, and I failed at, this was luckily a part where we were able to make a correction though, is that we have also here been talking about great experimentation. And we talk about AI, for example. So I would very much like to make the case that we shouldn't be regulating AI before we actually try the thing out. That was our approach all the time in the Estonian government, where we were front runners in public sector AI use, literally for the reasons we don't know what we're talking about before we do it. To do the stuff, that's not going to be a 2 years of a program. It's small trials. And the funding for that was not there. Why? Because let's say we had to build up our funding system to be like a loan committee in a bank, which means that you go through a very long, tedious, heavy process of applying because you want to make sure that you're credit worthy, and then you get like a chunk of money for 10, 20 years of mortgage and investment. But for trialing, you need the money tomorrow to do something real quick and fast. In that sense, we started to remake our funding system in Estonia. We made it more like venture capital. Basically, you get a small allocation first, you prove yourself, you meet the results, you show the results, you get the next allocation, you scale it like that. Why this matters is that so currently, I don't see any funding globally that works like that. None of the donors work like that. None of the regions in Europe doesn't work like that. But fundamentally, what we all need to be trying things out. The more we have technological change around us, if you don't try, we can't really be ready for that, or we lock ourselves in. So this is my point of saying that again, through a bit of my reflection, I think this is a point to say, how can we make funding mechanisms and international support that really favors trialing and fast, quick speeds allocation of money, even if for small chunks. So I still say this is not a point where I look into IDB or where I try to preach in a way. This is really for all of us to say, okay, how do we design those mechanisms to work for us? And I want to really end with a fourth failure of my reflection. So Estonia, in our journey, we greatly always try to learn from others. I shouldn't say always, but we try to greatly learn from others. And we were even shameless in copying what works. Our national digital entity was born and raised in Finland, and we adopted it, customized it a bit, and then it became the national infrastructure. Similarly, we try to make our solutions and practices available. Like, again, that's why many of you are tinkering or have tried X-Road, for example. So we believed in this acceleration that comes from sharing. That's why we did exactly became the founding investor in GovStack as well, or supporter for that, because it can accelerate you. Similarly, all this knowledge sharing and knowledge creation, for example, you guys are doing here, can accelerate you. So we've seen the value of that. We've seen the value of learning that. We've seen the value of picking each other's brains in forums like this. What I failed at was going home and actually implementing the learnings we had. And this is to me to say that, yes, we did it every now and then. For example, when we started work on proactive life journeys, we made an effort to go around, take what we had heard in events like this and see, okay, what is there anything we can piggyback on? But then next week, we started doing cloud policy and we started reinventing the wheel. Even in my own practice, we didn't make it a systematic practice, a habit to ask questions ourselves, has somebody done it? Each time we started doing something. And that's my point, that knowledge is there. And there's also knowledge being created and exactly, compliments to everyone who's doing all of this, also in the Red Health here, in European Union, in Africa, Smart Africa, in OECD and so forth. But it's only as good as much as we apply it. So this is really my call to say that if you want to benefit from all of this international support there, it's the challenges upon us, myself, you. Each time we start something, let's ask first and take a look, has anybody done it? And then copy what works. So these are a bit of my sort of rambling thoughts coming from that. And again, thank you really for 2 great days. Thanks.
Muchas gracias por sus palabras.
Thank you very much for your words. Now we have a small pause for a coffee, only 20 minutes to not get too far behind with the rest of our agenda. I would like to ask you to be back in 20 minutes. We are going to have an yearly assembly of Red Gealc for the approval of documents and authority elections. So please be here in 20 minutes, especially to the official delegation of the member countries. Thank you very much.
Las delegaciones de los países vayan ocupando sus asientos, por favor, que vamos a comenzar la asamblea. Por favor, las delegaciones de los países vayan ocupando sus asientos, que vamos a comenzar con la asamblea. Country delegations, please come to the table. Por favor, las delegaciones de los países ir tomando asiento en la mesa.
We invite all delegations to come have a seat at the table.
Pregunta al equipo de Chile, María José. ¿El streaming está en este momento o va a recomenzar cuando...
Buenas tardes.
Good afternoon. Would appreciate if you could take your seats, especially to the delegation of the member countries. Now is the moment for our yearly assembly. So now the general manager of the network, Roberto Lopez, will take the floor. Thank you very much. Good afternoon to each of you. It is a pleasure to begin with the rest of this meeting, and I would like to ask the president, so Mr. Alain Longo, if we can begin. Yes, let's begin. Thank you very much, Mr. Longo. So now we are going to begin with this assembly. We have as our chair of Peru, which is the president or presiding country at this time, and the technical secretary, who is in the department of the OAS. And the mechanism will be the following in each one of the processes having to do with the resolution that we have. The resolution will be taken once the meeting chair and the technical secretary leave the records that the vote was carried out adequately. As you know, during this assembly, we have 4 documents that need to be approved and some elections. First, the approval of the report of the Work Plan 2023, the Work Plan 2024, the approval of the Santiago Commitment, and the minutes of the Assembly. So before we have the approval of the commitment and the minutes, we are going to elect the 2024 leaders. All documents have been shared with each one of the delegations in a process of approximately 1 month and 3 weeks in order to obtain consensus. There was some modifications that happened in the process, and the last version that we shared is considered the consensus version. Either way, before we have the approval, any delegation can comment if there is any kind of discrepancy. If the president's authorizes, I would like to begin with the first document. Yes, begin. Thank you. The first document is the report of the execution of the Work Plan 2023. This was the first document that we shared with the delegations. And from the emails that we have sent, we consider that we have the consensus version. However, I would like to know if there is any negative vote for the approval of the execution plan for 2023. Is there any negative vote? You can raise your hand. If there is anyone who would like to abstain, you can raise your hand. Okay, so I would like to ask the Mexico delegation if the Mexico, if you have a negative vote or abstention, if you would like to indicate so. And for everybody else on the table, therefore, we consider that all votes are affirmative. Therefore, Mr. President, we can consider that this has been approved. Approved, so it is approved then. Technical Secretary, please take note of the approval. Thank you very much. We have taken note. Okay, so we go to the second document, which is the Work Plan 2024. This Work Plan for 2024 has also been shared with the delegations, and also consider that we have a consensus version. However, there is something we have added that was requested by Belize in name of many countries, in name of many Caribbean countries, and I would like Belize to be able to speak and share with us regarding what was added.
Good afternoon, colleagues. I think over the last
Un moment, please, Alex. Si
If anybody needs interpretation devices, remember that you have the headsets. And once everybody is ready to go, we will continue. Are we okay? Please continue. Thank you.
Oh, thank you, Roberto. Like I was saying, good afternoon, colleagues. I think over the last 3 years, 3 days, we can say that we've learned extensively from each other's experiences and challenges. But I think one challenge that continues to resonate and what challenge that continues to be transversal again across all the platforms and technologies that we continuously speak of. And it was visible yesterday during the thematic group of digital equity and inclusivity. We have discussed extensively, I believe, but at the same time, it's my view and the view from some of our colleagues in those thematic areas that as a group, as a region, we talk about inclusivity, but what are we really doing to change and to address digital inequalities that are occurring day in, day out? Our environment has significantly changed. Many countries sitting around the table today are countries that are extremely diverse, and not diverse in just race, but in culture, in gender. And as we continue with the society changing, diversity will continue to change, and it will be maybe more diverse next year when we meet again. And considering that diversity is that transversal challenge that we all experience, whether it be gender and race and culture, it is our viewpoint that it is an important pillar of discussion that as a region, we also need to begin to discuss, not just at these events on a yearly basis, but really how are we as a region going to drive inclusivity, not from a program perspective, but really from a design and principality perspective. How as we, as RECLAC, going to ensure that inclusivity as an important value of the work that we do in each of these programs in cybersecurity, in data governance, in artificial intelligence, how is inclusivity going to be a critical value and principle of the work that we do. And in order to do so, in order for us to begin to ensure that inclusivity is a priority of the work that we do, it's my proposition today that as a region, we accept to establish an ad hoc working group on digital inclusivity that allows us to have a broader discussion on digital inequalities, on how we're going to solve that problem, but how we're going to solve that problem together across the region. I believe we all have experiences in this area, but coming together, we might be able to find those commonalities to begin to propose solutions in order to achieve the goal of digital inclusivity. But I also want to encourage you colleagues to ensure that if today we accept to have a working group of digital inclusivity, that we ensure that even in the design of that working group, that inclusivity is a principle. And what I mean by that, if I may be a little bit more direct, is let's not try to have a working group comprised of women, but let's try to ensure that that working group is comprised of the diversity that's represented around this table and the diversity that represents our society, so that when we are proposing solutions as a block, we're proposing solutions that really solve the problems of all our people that have different diverse backgrounds. So as such, I really propose at this point that we as a group take that next step in ensuring that diversity becomes a critical pillar of the work that we do, much like we discussed cybersecurity, but inclusivity, diversity, digital inclusivity is now a critical pillar of the work that as a region, we are committed to move forward in. And the first step is establishing that working group in order to help us to bring together those excellent minds around the world so that we can move forward in this pillar. And of course, to ensure that we also leverage the work of the OECD, the GovStack, Code for Development, and all the great work that's happening around in ensuring that inclusivity is really a part of the key pillars of RECLAC going forward in the next 20 years and beyond. Thank you.
Thank you, Belice. Entonces, el agregado.
Thank you very much, Belize. So we are adding to the work plan, which is the work plan having to do with digital inclusion. Dominican Republic has asked for the floor.
Es para plantear una
Just to give a proposal, not to vote. Are we going to vote? And then later we offer some. Let's finish the approval with the proposal from Belize. And then later we continue with the next topic. We're going to have the same criteria as last time. Any vote against this inclusion of this digital inclusion? Any abstentions? Mexico, is there anything you'd like to say? I mean, Mexico, please let us know if you're voting against. So these votes are in favor, and we're going to include into this work plan 2024 this group of digital inclusion proposed by Belize. Thank you. So now we're going to continue with Dominican Republic. Good afternoon, dear colleagues. Thank you very much. First of all, I want to thank you, the network, Chile, also the IDV. Thank you for maintaining this space alive. 20 years, it's a long time. So I confess that when I saw the work plan, I had no objection. And this is a proposal, the creation of a work group. Unfortunately, it is not coming from being creativity, but it comes from chaos. So I got to this thought on Sunday when I was on my way here. After in my country, thanks to this chaos, climate chaos, 30 persons died. A hurricane, it not was a hurricane in the end, but it created some rainfall as never before in our country. And what's curious here is that these people who died, they from different social classes, and above all, in the capital city, in the great Santo Domingo city. Talking to the president on Saturday, I told him how we, unfortunately, from the current institutionality, we're not seeing the usability of this digital transformation for the risk management. And what we want to offer or mention, because we're an island in the Caribbean, and we are the 10th country with the biggest high risk when facing climate change, extreme risk. So it is a priority for us that all of these digital transformation processes make us more resilient. I mean, so we can face the future properly. We're in the middle of the route of hurricanes, and that is going to happen. It's going to get worse. It's going to worsen. So the group work that we want to offer or propose, it is this digital transformation, green digital transformation, in two viewpoints or perspectives. We want to have debates. We're preparing, because of this disaster that just happened, we're preparing a process to integrate IoT devices. I know there's a group of emerging technologies, but I don't want that to be covered there because there are many other things there. This is different content. In order to see how we can have prospective information, allowing us to manage risk better in the future, especially when facing this situation, using technologies with this fourth industrial revolution. Secondly, in order to, in this green transition, it should contribute with the environment. And that is a topic that we need to talk about as authorities, especially because many of us in our countries, we have public data centers, such as is the case of Dominican Republic, and we want to expand these infrastructures. I mean, they need to be thought from a logic which is ecologic and environmentally friendly. So we propose ourselves first to lead this team together with the Caribbean islands. We're all suffering because of these hurricanes, not because we have better knowledge, but because we have the need of creating useful knowledge for building projects like this one. And the starting point, it could be this project that we are working on. And it may be, provided for you all in order to receive some feedback in order to build a pilot based on creating a green digital transformation in the Dominican Republic, which is going to be useful and as an experience for other countries. Thank you very much. Thank you, Dominican Republic. A note about that, about your proposal. Besides that, let's consider that there's a public software developed by Panama. It is called Sigma. It is the Gealc network, and it evolved to a version, SINMALAT, Latin American version, for management of natural disaster. But let's consider that it already exists in order to support in this type of situations or cases. It was developed by the IIG team in the year 2018, if I'm not wrong. So now let's go. We're going to consider Dominican Republic proposal creation of a group in green digital transformation. Any vote against green digital transformation? Any abstentions? We're asking Mexico now through WhatsApp. So it is approved. This Green Digital Transformation Group, it is been approved and it's been proposed by Dominican Republic. Any other intervention? A flag, yes, that's correct. We're going to continue. Work Plan 2024. I'd like to, in the planning of this, of the work to be developed next year, I will give the floor to Brazil. Thank you very much. Roberto, good afternoon, everyone. I will speak Portuguese. I think it could be understood. I'm going to speak rather slowly so the translators can make an effort. So first of all, I want to thank the Chilean government for welcoming us and for all of the fruitful learnings that we have had. I also want to congratulate for all of the works that have been done. I want to thank you for the work of Roberto, Mike, Miguel, Barbara, everyone. They have supported much Brazil. So I want to propose something for next year. There's going to be a ministry year, which is going to occur. And we're celebrating here these 20 years of this network and also of these 20 years, which are going to be, in 2024, it is going to be 20 years when Brazil have participated. So over here, I have this proposal for all of the colleagues, and I want to thank you once again for this opportunity of being here with you all here in Chile. Thank you. Thank you, Brazil. I will summarize that, especially for the interpreters, so they can interpret the message for the Caribbean colleagues. So the proposal here, Brazil, after thanking Chile for the welcoming, congratulating for all of the presidency that they're having this year, 2023 for Peru, and also greeting all of the other co-organizers, it proposes that the meeting, ministerial meeting 2024, it is held in Brazil. Because on that year, they're going to turn 20 years after this new network, where the name got its name. So that is the Brazilian proposal. Miguel is telling me that next year it is going to be, or it's going to, in Brazil, they're going to have an important meeting, which is the G20 meeting. I was just clarifying this for the interpretation, so everyone has the same information. So now we're going to vote. Any vote against for this meeting 2024, ministerial meeting 2024 to be held in Brazil? Anyone against? Any abstention? Mexico? No votes against. So we're going to give a one round of applause. Thank you, Brazil, for your offer, for your proposal. Mike? Thank you, Roberto. Just a brief message, just to thank Brazil, the ministry, the government, for the proposal of being the host of the seventh ministerial meeting, right? The eighth ministerial meeting, Inter-American of Digital Government. And we want to thank Brazil and the Brazilian people for this application. Thank you. Well then, so with this excellent piece of news that we're going to have, that Brazil is going to hold this meeting or the network, there is no more proposals to be voted. So therefore, we believe that the other delegations are in agreement with the plan that was timely shared. I'm going to ask, Mr. President, if we can consider the plan as approved. It is approved. Thank you very much, Mr. President. So, Technical Secretary, please take note that everything has been done properly and in accordance. So we have had the approval of the first two documents. So now, if Mr. President authorizes me, we're going to do the authorities election. You're authorized. Thank you very much. So, I'm going to check and review. We all know this, but this network, Gealc, network has a committee, executive committee. There are 8 representatives of the countries there. That executive committee is organized in 4 regions: Caribbean area, Andine area, Mercosur area, and Mesoamerica, Central America, plus Mexico. All of those, or each of those 4 regions, have 2 seats at the executive committee. It is also complemented by OEA, IBD, and OEA, and the booster is IDB, but any of these last 3 have the right to vote, and we cannot take the floor. Only can vote these 8 countries. Those 8 countries can have 2 years as maximum in the charge as members of the executive committee. And they are renewed. 50% of them are renewed every year. So at the time, currently, in this executive committee on Mercosur, by Mercosur, in excess we have Uruguay and also Brazil. Brazil is in its 2nd year, so they need to leave their seat available. There was an exchange of emails before this meeting between Mercosur countries, and they have agreed that Argentina, it is the next country to enter into the executive committee in the year 2024. So the Argentina can accompany Uruguay. In the case of Andean communities plus Chile, right now we have Bolivia and Peru as members of the executive committee. The Andean countries have agreed that the country entering, substituting Bolivia, which is in its 2nd year, is going to be Chile. In the case of Central America, plus Panama and Mexico, right now at the committee we have Guatemala and Dominican Republic. Guatemala needs to leave his seat because it's in its 2nd year. The consensus they got, it is that Costa Rica is going to be the next country appointed. The space that Guatemala is going to leave. In the case of the Caribbean, right now, Dominica and Suriname are the countries in charge. Suriname can continue for 1 more year. Dominica, it's in 2nd year, so it needs to leave. The Caribbean countries have agreed that Belize is the country which is going to use that seat that Dominica is living. So therefore, the executive committee for the year 2024, it is going to be made out of Argentina and Uruguay, representing Mercosur, Chile and Peru, representing anti-communities, Mesoamerica, Costa Rica, and Dominican Republic, and the Caribbean, Belize, and Suriname. I'm asking all the countries over here, is this information, does it show the consensus that you have agreed upon, or is there any discrepancy? So these are the 8 countries of the Executive Committee 2024, right? Do we ratify it? A warm round of applause for all of these countries. According to our statutes, between or amongst the countries of the Executive Committee, all of the membership of the network chooses the country which is going to be the president for next year. Therefore, only are eligible the 8 countries of the Executive Committee, but all of the countries can vote. All of the countries of the network can vote. So Mexico says that they coincide with the Executive Committee confirmation. So all of the countries have the right to vote. So according to the same question that we did, we're getting to this consensus for these 2 members of the committee for each of the part of the region. So the question was, who's going to be the president country? The proposal made by the current president from Peru is that for the year 2024, Chile should be the president country of the Gealc network. Is there anyone against that? Is it approved by anyone, by everyone? No discrepancies then. So therefore, Chile, it is the president country for the year 2024. At the closure table, we have the possibility for Chile to address some words as new or brand new president 2024 of this network. For the current members, do not think that your possibilities are done. They're going to extend up until the 31st of December. You still need to keep on working, at least a few more days. Mr. President, this authority election, it is finished and completed. Yes, it is approved and it is being completed. Technical Secretary, we have taken notes. Thank you very much. Our next milestone, before we finish this assembly, it is the declaration of Santiago, Chile, 2023. All of you received a first version. That first version had some contributions for all the countries. Of course, some countries. Those contributions from the countries came back to the membership. So, to all of the members, to make sure that everyone felt comfortable with those contributions. I'm going to read it thoroughly, even though it is a bit boring. I'm sorry for that. I'm going to read it just to remember what's included there, and it has got 2 contributions or 2 changes or modifications corresponding to the last version shared. When I get to that point, I will let you know that which is the point where there's a modification, so we consult you if you are in agreement. And before that, Dominican Republic, you have the floor. Thank you very much. I know the latest version, and according to Belize proposal, we're having the creation of these groups. I believe they contribute some novelty into the debate that we have had. So, the lines of works that we're going to start. So, I just wanted to mention that. So, Belize and Dominican Republic, I mean, those elements should be added into the final declaration. Thank you very much, the Dominican Republic.
I will then continue to begin reading the declaration. When we get to the part where we talk about the resolutions of this moment, we will then incorporate a phrase. Declaration of Santiago, Chile 2023, digital transformation for equity transformation. The leaders met Santiago, Chile, November 2021 and 22, from 2023, with the 17th yearly meeting of the Red Gealc. From now on, mentioned only as the network or the Red. Considering that the meeting of authorities of digital transformation continues with the seventh, the one carried out in 2022, and complying with the commitments that have been acquired by the states in the meeting that was in Los Angeles the same year, where they approved the regional program for digital transformation, the Dominican Republic, then I assume that the word you requested was for the previous time. Is that correct? Okay. So if at one point there is anything that you would like to talk or mention, please ask for the word that way. And highlighting that as a part of this summit cycle, with this as a General Assembly of the OAS celebrated the 23rd of June of 2023 in Washington, D.C., integrated by the ministers and high authorities of external affairs of the member states, they approved the resolution of the open government, digital, inclusive, and transparent. This resolution is incorporated into the projects that have been contemplated in the resolution of strengthening the democracy 3004 L 53 0-23, in which they align the actions with the tasks of the network. And this requested the OAS to continue in the development of an inter-American agenda related to emerging technologies and digital governments of America, especially what has to do with the ethical use of artificial intelligence, algorithm, and governance of data, and that in the same direction it points towards the dialogue of policies of the IDB, of which this network is a part. Considering our commitment with the purposes and principles of the letter of the United Nations and the international right, the resolution of the United Nations of the human rights, and the telecommunication UIT, ITU, those things that are things must be protected as well in digital and areas, as well as those that were mentioned in the summit of March in Dominican Republic, saying that the network has been incorporating the same elements and perspectives for the immediate future of the digital transformation, with special attention to transparency, equity in all of its ways, and the contribution of technologies of information and information ICT in the fight against climate control. Highlighting that the strategic path that has been marked is vital to have the commitment of the teams through the work parties that involves more than 150 people in all of the countries, and recognizing the technical and financial support of the IDB and the Red Gealc and the action from AOS in the role of technical secretary of the Red network, then it would not be possible to carry out this in a regional way. Focusing this recognition in the recent approval of the deepening program and strengthening of electronic cross-country transactions will allow us to broaden for 3 more years the work in digital cross-country transactions. And this is preparing for the digital signature cross-country and has obtained results that are historical for the region. And now we will have it be with more countries and have a cross-country authentication. And going forward with the new work group in data governance, artificial intelligence, led by the OAS, with the support of the Center of Investigation for RDC from Canada. When remembering that 20 years ago, that in the same city, a group of workers of Latin America responsible for electronic governments invited by OAS to be able to know the Chilean examples, and then also in different Caribbean countries, thanks to IDB and IDRC, gave birth to this Red Gealc, which is now Inter-American. We continue with the agreements and the declarations of the previous yearly meetings and the ministry meetings of the network, carried out in Santo Domingo 2007 and 2017, Montevideo 2009, San Jose de Costa Rica 2012 and 2020, Cartagena de India 2014, Mexico City 2015, Santiago de Chile 2016, Panama 2018 and 2021, Buenos Aires 2019, Lima 2022. So we, the directors of digital government of the region, declare that, one, the path that we have gone through these last 20 years reaffirms the importance of the mechanism that unites us, the Red Gealc, to be able to optimize public resources of our countries and to reach transformation goals, digitally speaking, to be able to improve the quality of the life of our citizens and to be able to expand their rights. Two, even though we are proud of this history, challenges continue and new ones come up. And at this time, more than ever, the region must work in a united way to be able to carry out a digital transformation with a gender perspective. And I am going to make a pause now. And we will add, or there's a proposal to add to this phrase, to carry out a digital transformation with a perspective having to do with gender, and inclusive is what we would like to add. That would be the phrase that we would add, not only with a gender perspective, but also inclusive in all of its terms. And now I continue with what we had already agreed, that it be aware of the different nuances pointing towards an inclusive development that respects human rights, be safe through public administrations that are more efficient, innovative, transparent, and sustainable. Belize, please.
I would just like to make a notion. When we speak about gender perspectives, it does limit the lens of scope upon which we think about digital transformation. And while, of course, it's important that we're including inclusive now as a term in the perspective, my recommendation would be that overall we simply have the phrase say with an inclusive perspective so that we can be broader as a region and not narrow and focus only on gender, because diversity is in various lenses, again, race, disabilities, gender, culture. So I think just having the phrase inclusivity provides a greater ability for us to look at the problems from different lenses.
Gracias.
Thank you, Belize. One comment, I understand then that the proposal of Belize is to substitute with gender perspective for inclusive perspective in all of its terms. And I would like to say something regarding that. The country that proposed the incorporation of with gender perspective was Argentina, is not at the table right now. Therefore, I think that even though it is redundant, because inclusive in all of its senses incorporates gender perspective, since the country that proposed the phrase, I think it would be better to fall in redundancy than to remove something that the country proposed and they are not here, to ask them if it's okay if we can remove that. I think that is the reason why. I don't know if that's okay for Belize, the solution that I am proposing.
Yes, that's okay.
Gracias, Belice. Ahora
Thank you, Belize. So now I ask the rest of the table if you are in agreement with this incorporation that Belize has proposed, or if there's somebody who is against it, or something that somebody who abstains. So then we continue having this consensus text and continue reading. Point number 3, our region, and I don't know if you can help me if there is somebody who raises their hand, let me know. And our region is having legitimacy, trust, stability, and democracy challenges, which a lot has to do with the perspective of the state. This effectivity is finding digital transformation as a historic opportunity to improve, for example, the integration and quality of the digital services for people and companies and businesses in a transversal and sustainable way. To be able to go go over these challenges, it's necessary to advance in a cooperative way between the countries and to have a collective reflection and concrete action. For example, to be able to, through the development of common enablers, to be able to have digital services cross-country that can facilitate and respond to the concrete needs of the citizens and the democratic strengthening and development with equity. El Salvador, please go right ahead. Maybe a proposal would be when they say concrete action, I would say and measurable as well, so that somehow we can have concordance with everything that we are doing. Thank you very much, El Salvador, but the proposal would then include in point number 4, to be able to get over these challenges, and we need to go in the cooperation between these countries and have their collective reflection and the measurable as well through the the strengthening, the democratic strengthening and in development with equity. Okay, I will ask you then, this one. So those of you who are here, if anybody is opposed to this, if anybody has an objection, so then we will add and measurable to this point. And measurable. So then we will continue. Number 5, the new topics that attract the attention of the international agendas of the moment must be added to the axes that are a part of our work plan, such as cybersecurity, national and international data governance, open government, measuring the impact of digital government, interoperability, public innovation, the attentive and responsible look at emerging technologies, public software, and related cross-cutting aspects or transversal aspects. 6, we call on all international organizations and mechanisms between countries with mandate or action in the fields related to digital transformation to coordinate tasks so as not to duplicate efforts both in terms of time and resources of the digital government agencies or ICT ministries of the countries. Belize, go ahead.
Not saying it before, but I think considering that Dominica has also proposed 4 new additions to our work plan, that maybe consideration can be that now in number 5, we also add digital inclusivity and the green digital initiatives, correct?
Gracias, Belice. Entonces,
Thank you, Belize. So then in number 5, when we're talking about describing or listing such as cybersecurity, national and international data governance, open government, measuring the impact of digital government, interoperability, etc. We will add in digital inclusion and green digital transformation. So then to say to be able to mention all of the areas of our work plan. I assume then that if there was an agreement with the parts, there's an agreement with this as well. If there's any objection to what we are adding to number 5, I see there's no objection. The technical secretariat will take note. Digital inclusion and green digital transformation. He is saying that so that all of the work areas can be in this list, we should also add data governance in artificial intelligence. Therefore, is there any objection to including these areas? I see there's no objection. Therefore, we add data governance and artificial intelligence, digital inclusion, and green digital transformation. So these have been added in number 5. I see no objection. Very good. Number 6, we call on international organizations and mechanisms between countries that would mandate or action in the fields related to digital transformation to coordinate tasks so as to not duplicate efforts both in terms of time and resources of the digital government agencies or ICT ministries of the countries. 7. In this regard, we will continue to promote synergies and exchange of information. In particular, the coordination of activities and work plans and technical cooperation instruments with the Digital Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, ELAC, recognizing the agreements of the 8th Ministerial Conference on the Information Society and the Digital Agenda for Latin America and the Caribbean, ELAC 2024, held in the city of Montevideo in November of 2020. And there was a mistake. It said 2023 and it was November 2022. Just note that in the version that you received, it said 2023 and it should say 2022. Number 8, we invite other state actors such as foreign ministers, parliaments, and judiciary to establish synergies with digital government agencies and ICT ministries of their countries to follow up and materialize in agreements, to follow up international agreements that follow the technical consensus on issues with the common interest. This is the other change. The one from the previous point was just a year. It was just a correction. But in number 8, there is a difference in the version that was circulated said, and we invite other such as foreign ministries, parliaments, and the judiciary, as well as a third sector to establish synergies with digital government agencies, etc. So what they said from some countries that in point number 3, we already talked about of companies, people, etc. And in the case of incorporating in point number 8, players who are from outside of the state, they should not be talking only about the third sector, but it should be incorporated third sector, academic, business. So the proposal was to eliminate the third sector phrase and leave only other state actors. Is that okay? Are we in agreement? Okay. Number 9, we recognize IDB for its technical and financial support to the 2023 activities of the Gealc network, as well as the Department for Effective Public Management of the OAS as a technical secretariat of the network, and we request you, as in previous years, to redouble your collaboration for the execution of the work plan approved for the period of 2024 at this 17th Assembly. Then we have number 10. We are pleased with the synergy established once again with the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. This time, further deepened from the common activities carried out by this annual meeting of the Gealc network with the meeting of the OECD leaders, and we trust that this collaboration relationship will continue to be strengthened in the future. Number 11, and I think that this is where we can incorporate the new group that Dominican Republic mentioned and the new group that Belize also mentioned. Number 11 says, we approve the implementation report of the 2023 work plan presented at this assembly and the 2024 work plan, and we commit ourselves to actively participate in their activities. So to comply with what was suggested by the Dominican Republic, or it says in the 2024 work plan with the incorporation of the work group in digital inclusion and with the work group in green digital transformation, and we commit ourselves to actively participate in their activities. I would like to ask Dominican Republic if that is a correct place, if you are in agreement with that position. Thank you. Any objection from the countries that are here present? The same for Mexico. If you have any objection, please let me know through WhatsApp. So then here would be the incorporation that was suggested by Dominican Republic. Number 12, we approve the composition of the Executive Committee of the network for the year 2024. And here is the version that you received, had different crosses instead of the country. So now we have completed it, which is Mercosur, Argentina, and Uruguay, Andean Community plus Chile, Chile and Peru, Central America plus Panama and Mexico, Costa Rica and Dominican Republic, Caribbean, Belize, and Suriname, and with Chile as the president country for the aforementioned year. I just incorporate, instead of the X's that you saw previously, the names of the countries that you have voted for in just a few moments ago. Number 13, we recognize the work carried out by the representation of Peru during the exercise of the presidency of the network in 2022, as well as the work of the executive committee in the same period, also made up of representatives from Bolivia, Brazil, Dominica, Guatemala, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Uruguay, OAS, IDB, and manager of the network. 14, we thank the Agency for Electronic Government and the Knowledge Society, AGESIC from Uruguay, for hosting the Abrelatam con Datos Regional Open Data Conference in 2023. And number 15 is we thank the host country, and I would like to incorporate as a point in number 15, also a thank you to the Brazil government for offering as the ministerial meeting in 2024. And there it would be number 16. We would like to thank the government of Chile, especially the digital government division of the Ministry of General Secretary of the Presidency, for the warm welcome and the excellent organizational work for this 20th annual meeting of Red Gealc. We also thank the government of the Republic of South Korea for its technical and financial support for the implementation of the activities of Gealc network. That would be the text, the final text then. For the declaration, while we wait for what Mexico states through the WhatsApp, I would like to ask then if there is any vote that is against this declaration.
Any abstention? Well then, so, oh, please, you've got the floor.
Distracted for a little bit. Not abstaining, but really and truly maybe making a proposition or a suggestion. I think the exercises today that we participated in really show that there's many areas and many organizations that we can leverage, we can learn from, especially in information exchanges, especially in the areas of public software, to allow our region to be able to achieve the level of velocity that we were really speaking about on the first day of this 28th year of RECLAC. So I would like to make a proposition to our colleagues, recognizing that we're all, or you can correct me if I'm wrong, but we're all members of the ITU, and of course the excellent work that Ms. Martinez has done in regards to GovStack, maybe considering a provision within this declaration that as a region, we consider or explore to leverage existing partnerships or explore a partnership with the ITU in helping us to move forward in being able to also promote synergies and information exchanges in the areas of public software that help the region in digital transformation. Again, it could be, and you can correct me here, Roberto, but it can also be maybe a pillar of the work plan, but I think it's an important element for us to consider that these partnerships exist, and as such, we might want to consider expanding our partnerships as part of this region.
Gracias.
Thank you very much, Beliz. One comment or clarification. The fourth document that we had to be approved in the meeting, it is the Assembly Act or minutes. In that Assembly minutes, we're including the decisions that were not in the former declaration. But since we have included the declaration or into the declaration, the creation of this group work of inclusion, digital inclusion, plus the creation of this group work of green digital transformation. So now we're going to include the other point, which was in the Assembly Minutes Act, which is going to coincide with the declaration of Santiago, Chile. In that sense, if we decide to make it coincide, we have not assembly minutes of the assembly, and the declaration is going to be it itself. So the place for including that, in my opinion, it with the paragraph where we're already mentioning the UIT. I'm looking that up, and it is in somewhere in document. We cannot include there because it is a considerandum. It is not a resolutive point. So we're going to include it in point resolutive in point 11, Resolution point 11, we approve the execution plan presented in this assembly and the work plan 2024 with the inclusion of the group work in digital inclusion and the group work in green digital transformation. And we commit ourselves to participate actively in their activities. Comma. So we also, what we were to include in the act was taking knowledge of this proposal and ask the group of public softwares reporting the executive committee about that. So we can include it there into that point if Belize agrees upon that. So for the interpretation, so we can get in time. The proposal, GovTech proposal of the International of Telecommunication, and we're going to ask the group work of public software reporting the executive committee about itself.
So we're saying that we will include in the declaration that the working group of public software will consider leveraging exchanges with the ITU specifically in relation to GovStack. Am I correct?
A efectos de que el grupo de trabajo
For the group knows about that proposal and is going to report the executive committee, and the executive committee is going to resolve what level of connection synergy is going to be set by the Gealc network with GovTech.
Thank you.
Gracias, Belice.
Thank you, Belize. Any objection? And Chile is asking for the floor. Any objection about it? Chile? You're talking about the declaration, right? Yes, Roberto? Maybe I am a bit too tired, but I'm not so sure if it was mentioned in the declaration. Thanking ICLAC for the generosity and the effort for welcoming us in their premises, beautiful building, and also supporting in the organization. Right in the moment when the Secretary General came. So it would be nice and fair to acknowledge that the huge contribution of ICLAC. Thank you, Jose. So where shall we include it? At the beginning of point number. So in point 15, which now 16, because 15 it is thanks to Brazil. We're thanking Brazil for the ministerial meeting 2024. So point 16, it is going to be, we thank the people and government of Chile, especially the digital government division of the ministry for the general secretary of the president. Period. Comma. Likewise, we thank ICLAC, full name, of course, for its cooperation, allowing us to use their facilities for this activity, for this event. Period. We also thank the Correa del Sur for the technical and financial support. So we're going to thank ICLAC right there. And the Dominican Republic is asking for the floor. About the same? About the former paragraph, when we say the proposal of the group works for inclusion and green digital transformation, visibilize the proposal by inclusion proposed by Belize and green digital transformation proposed by Dominican Republic. So we're going to include the name of the country is any comments? Let's see. Let's do the following. First, we're going to close what Chile proposed, so we can close paragraph 16, and we're going to go back to the former paragraph. So paragraph 16 is going to say, yes, this wording, We thank the people and the government of Chile, especially the detailed government division of the Ministry of General Secretariat of the Presidency, for the warm welcome and the excellent organizational work for this 20th annual meeting of Gealc Network. Likewise, we thank Gealc for its collaboration, allowing us the use of their facilities for this event. We also thank the government of the Republic South Korea for the financial and technical support for the implementation and the activities of the Gealc network. So are we okay with that wording? No objections about it, right? So we close that paragraph. We are going to return to paragraph 11. Dominican Republic proposal is including the name of the country, suggesting the idea. I believe that in the case of proposal by Belize, it was also with other countries that you suggested the inclusion of this digital inclusion, right? You were suggesting it together with other countries, Belize.
Based on the thematic group discussions that we had yesterday as with all the countries.
Claro, o sea, como que hay como
So it is a collective proposal behind that idea, right?
¿Quieres hablar?
Well, sí, no?
Pasamos la palabra.
Yes and no.
Sorry, Miguel, but it was based from the need to ensure that inclusivity is part of a critical pillar for the RECLAC that then we proposed it to the other countries. We discussed it with the other countries to get their buy-in and support prior to being proposed today. But it was a proposition from Belize, if that provides greater clarity.
Gracias, Luis. Adelante, Vido.
Thank you. IDB, please. I believe that have the school of, in this case, EOEA, but I mean, these exercises are done basically for the attachment of proposal of the country, the declaration. So that's why they're approved by the whole collective group. Otherwise, every single declaration will have the proposal of each of the countries proposing something, interoperability or security, cybersecurity. I remember who proposed that. I didn't, but I remember. We lose the identity of which country is proposing something. So in this exercise, the collective, it is doing or assuming what the declaration says. So therefore, we lose the ownership of that proposal. So that is the spirit of this exercise. Thank you very much. IDB El Salvador. Just one thing, an indirect contribution is that over here, we have been working and we have talked about topics about terminology, which we still need to debate or talk about. Maybe I may propose, I don't know where in the declaration, we need to work in agreements, on common agreements, as such as digital inclusion, what is digital transformation, but also it should be set as part of the work team that we're going to define, because in that way we're all going to be clear and about the vocabulary. I mean, I know what you are talking about, but I just want to mention that because we're talking about this terminology, the wording, being inclusive, and all of those things. The truth is that more than debating that, I mean, this is a declaration that had like a revision by all of the countries. So I believe that the terms, the words, there's a consensus about which are the words we're talking about and the vocabulary we're using. Yes, but for the future, in order to be clear about the terminology, and the Gealc network also can declare which are the words and the meaning of digital transformation and inclusion, for instance, or digital inclusion, or what is the meaning of digital accessibility. That will help us a lot in order to, I mean, for the new revisions of the draft, so we're clear what we're proposing, what everything is about. And in that way, we can avoid somehow that one country interpret one word differently from other country. Thank you, El Salvador. Oh, yes, some observations. Just to continue with the action course for the assessment and evaluation of this declaration. Many things. One, the procedure. First of all, I want to tell you that there's been a consultation process for the countries. That is the moment when we expect this type of observations to rise or to be presented. It should be done by then. It is important because we should all contribute to the process. In the revision and the facilitation, that is what we do. But you as countries, of course, you're going to give your opinions. That is really important. Having said that, we can always open the document and we may not approve one declaration. It happens in different multilateral mechanisms. That is not the spirit, anyways, of this moment where we have, of course, done the whole revision. I just want to mention that, but it is valuable that we all understand the same when we're talking about the different things, right? That is the first observation. Talking about the procedure and the form, Bartolome, about your proposal, and seconding what Miguel just mentioned about this proposal of declarations. Usually, it is not in text what each country is saying specifically. That is the final result of the declaration. Over there, we don't really include which country is doing which proposal. The drafts of the declarations, we integrate or we include that. In the drafts of declarations, we include that. But in the revisions, in order to do a follow-up to the inclusion. In this case, it is live. So therefore, we don't really write that it is Dominican Republic or Belize. When we're proposing new paragraphs, but in the negotiation process, we include that in order to do a follow-up. And the appendix B of that process is that usually, generally, and it's not the case now, of this mechanism, the resolution are proposed, as a text. First of all, it is done by one country or a group of countries. In this case, all of you are participating of the process, excluding the executive committee, which is doing the work just to present the proposal with the president country executive committee, and that is that, right? So, at the moment, I may say, the countries of the executive committee, the president proposed this or that. It happens in the resolution. These countries are proposing this or that. So I believe that since this is a live exercise, we're not going to include that in the resolution. We take note of who's making the proposals. Yes, that should be there in the minutes. Yes, that proceeds, of course, because there are some proposals done into the document, and those proposals are gathered. They are going to be written in the minutes, and in the resolution, you will have the resolution itself without the names of the countries proposing something. Having said that, if there's no inconvenience with that, we're going to take notes in the minutes and in the resolution. We're going to have the text as it is now. So interpreting the proposal by, in this case, OAS, in the act, we're going to say that we're going to create this group or that group, and in the minutes, we're going to name that the green digital transformation was proposed by Dominican Republic, and the digital inclusion was proposed by Belize. Excellent, then. I just want to, I thank you. Thank you for the clarification. You know better than me about this topic. This declaration, which in the end is the political document, which is going to be the result from this meeting, and so therefore, I understand the procedures. Yes, we revised them beforehand, but the parliamentary space and the iterative space, it is this one. And ideally, we advance into this work. Of course, ideally, we can talk about different things the way we have done it, and there are some proposals which have been welcomed. Proposing doesn't really mean that we have the right, any rights over that. Absolutely not. We, of course, because of that, we are putting this before the approval for this to be collective. Since this is the document that in the end our countries are going to communicate, and all of the ones here are going to communicate in our countries, so therefore there must be some acknowledgements and greetings. So there is an effect, political effect in the topics that we're covering. So in the interest of the countries, so it does not really satisfy us, but if that's the sovereign willingness of the space, I believe it's not going to cause any harm. On the contrary, we have an interest of highlighting that, and therefore we are here, and this is a way of letting you know why we're here and what we're doing, what are the topics that we want to include or cover. I understand that if the proposal it had not been welcomed and is not welcomed within the working plan, well then, it made no sense, and it should even be in the minutes, in the act. Even if it was proposed, it is rejected or accepted, and it should be in the minutes. But in order to why we're asking that to be in the declaration, it is because we believe it is a novelty and it's important. In this declaration, political declaration that we're doing, authorities, government authorities, we're saying which are the topics that we're interested on, and we're also including these two topics because of the importance that they have for us. And for us, that's why it is so relevant for us. And that doesn't really mean, of course, that we understand that we have an ownership over a proposal, which it is now part of this collective measure. So if that creates any, if that creates any negative reaction, I take my proposal down. But once again, I mentioned that I don't believe it does not really satisfy the declaration or the clarification that we've been provided with. So you don't agree this to be in the minutes? So you want it to be in the declaration? It has to be in the minutes, yes, because the minutes, it is not good, but in the declaration, the minute is not the political document. The declaration is a political document that we are going to present in our country. So if there's an inconvenience, I take my proposal back. And I have no problems with that, but in the act, it has to be, of course. In the act, it will be there for sure in the minutes, in the act. We agree on that. Do we agree on that? Perfect then. So what we can also write in the minutes, just to gather the spirit of El Salvador proposed, it is the recommendation of working in the definition, common definition of the vocabulary, the wording. Yes? Do we agree on that? Perfect then. So in the minutes, we're going to include these two proposals by this new group work and the proposals of El Salvador to be worked on the definition of common vocabulary, common words. Thank you very much.
Is there any other comment? So then we will consider then, is there any objection or any vote against the declaration? Any abstention? So in the case of Mexico, we coincide as well with the last version. Therefore, we consider a positive vote. Therefore, Mr. President, we consider that this declaration has been approved. We consider it approved. So then the technical secretariat takes note and we approve with an applause from Santiago, the Declaration of Santiago de Chile. So thank you very much. I return the word to the Master of Ceremonies. The floor is yours. Having finished the assembly, we would like to invite the closing meeting, the table of the Red Gealc, the representative of the Jose Nostroza, the representative of the IDB, Miguel Porrua, and the representative of the OAS, Mike Mora. We would invite them now to give the last words. Unless
Y el presidente en ejercicio de la red también.
and the president in exercise of the network as well. And the presiding president, Alain Dongo from Peru.
Comenzamos entonces.
We will now begin then by the president, a country from 2023 IDB OAS, and 2024 president will then close.
Bien, buenas noches.
Good evening. I would like to thank Red Gealc, Mike Mora, the representatives of OAS, Miguel Porrua, IDB, and all of the people who are a part of the Gealc network that this year that we have had, that I have been president, it has been hard work by everybody that somehow, one way or another, all of you have co-helped so that this digital transformation for Latin America can grow. We have new challenges, challenges in there. We have artificial intelligence and also open data, open source. And we have challenges that are tremendous. And with this declaration that is about to be launched, we consider that we can continue adding with the effort of all of you. And I would like to thank the support of all of you. It has been for us this sum of effort to be able to reach the objectives that we have been proposed by the Red Gealc. Thank you very much. Thank you very much. I would like to thank, especially in the name of my country, the government, and the digital division of the government. And I believe that there has been a degree of knowledge in that sense. And I simply would like to offer humble work and valuing the tradition of collaboration that we have been installing for a while now in this beautiful continent. And maybe to contribute in a way, hopefully trying to intensify work in the sense of the collaboration mechanisms and communication, and eventually maybe in the line of a certain personal obsession to use more technological tools so that this conversation can be much more agile, frequent, etc., and eventually more cumulative as well. I will especially like to thank for this wonderful event that we have had. I would like to thank ECLAC, ILPES, who have done a great effort, and they carried this out in the framework of a visitor. Nobody would like to have both things at the same time. They had their Executive Secretary General of the United States, and I would like to thank Mike for all his work and the Inter-American Bank. They are always such a great contribution, and they're so friendly and also a great contribution always in the environment of all of us. And also, I would like to thank the OECD, and they had the great availability to join us with e-leaders, which is also a milestone that is very significant. And also Roberto, who does an incredible work with extraordinary patience and who has been with us, especially in this process in Chile, especially where we had no idea how to carry out an event like this one. Therefore, thank you, Roberto. You carried out a great job and were a great support. And if you would like to allow me to name some people directly from my team who did an extraordinary effort within a million other things they have to do without having had experience of carrying out an event like this before. I would like to start with Randa Lederman, a great friend, colleague, a subdirector of digital government, Valentina Palma, who's around here somewhere as well. She carried out a great effort, as well as Gabriela Zúñiga and Maria Jose Salas, who I know that all four of them carried out very silent work with 2 million details that they resolved on the way. So thank you very much. And I would like to manifest my joy that we are together, that we can carry these things out together. And I'm very happy because we are going to be seeing you next year in Brazil. Thank you very much. It's my turn, right? Roberto, yes, go ahead. So before the protocol speech that I prepared that lasts about half an hour. I would like to make a few comments regarding what happened a few minutes ago. And I think it's very important to mention, Bartolome, you are correct. This is a space to be able to propose, deliberate, come to reach consensus. And I think that maybe you're not in a political space. There is a ministerial meeting in which there will be a more political conversation. But in my modest opinion, if this space of directors that are the ones who work, we'd make it too political, then we will lose the focus from my point of view. I wouldn't make such a political coloring at this level. And Eric, the conversation that you propose, and that is what this is for. Yes, that is correct. To see what I understand by digital transformation, what do I understand by security of information? It's true. I anticipate that we are not going to reach an agreement. In case you have the illusion that there might be one definition of digital transformation, that is not going to exist. It is incredible to have that conversation, however, but this closing space is not the correct space for this, but I do agree. This is what this group is for. And having said this, since it seems that we were going to close in a tone that was a little bit gray all of a sudden, because we always have a certain tension in these moments, we are going to raise this up our spirits because I think there is quite a bit that we can do regarding what happened in these last 3 days. And now I have my half-hour speech that I'm going to share with you. President, thank you. Thank you, Peru, for your commitment this year. Fantastic. President that is going to soon be president. Congratulations, and you have all of our support from the bank in this great mission. And as the Oscars, you have to thank everybody because everybody deserves it. And I am sorry. Thank you for your patience. Gealc, thank you for receiving us in this amazing home. What about this place? What look at this place to be able to decide anything. And thank you. And the way that you treated us so kindly. The government of Chile, well, the list of players that won the championship, you already gave it, Jose. I'm not going to repeat it. And through you, I thank this great team that you have for the hard work, as you said, for the commitment, for being able to carry out all the stress that were generated with something of this magnitude, 2 large meetings at the same time, and congratulations. To the government of Korea, I don't know if you're still here, but it is fair to say that we are here thanks to the Korean government that because of the bank contributes great resources financially as well as technical support that they also gave us. The OECD, thank you, Barbara, for always being someone so close to the network, institutionally speaking, and to have the OECD always close by and always closer, having to do with the index as well. And also the parenthesis here of the E-leaders. I don't know how many of you survive the day I see a few of you, Miguel Ángel, hold on. And the truth is, it was something that was very special. Thank you, OECD. Thank you, E-leaders, for making this meeting unique, where we combined so much learning and knowledge and the desire to share things. It was very special. The ITU, Yolanda, I think she left, but from here I would like to send greetings and thanks to the organization. And I coincide with what Alexia was saying of leaving, that there be a space of collaboration, that this is being opened up. And I think that this is a network that we want to always build, that organisms in a multilateral can say that there is a space here from the people who are pushing the day-to-day in the digital governance. And if there is something I want to do, I can come here, I can find a space, and I can start working. So I think this is great news of ITU. And thank you to the participants. I am still amazed by the commitment of all of you who are here with this network, with this red, like we are as well. But I don't know, I was thinking about all of the problems that you leave behind. Many of you who are here, Bartolome, you had much stress these last few days, and many countries as well, Bolivia, Vladimir, also regarding what is happening with the forest with fires. And Hebert, I remember when we were in Trinidad and Tobago and you were with issues with water in Uruguay, and I was saying, what a commitment it is that they have to share with their colleagues. So congratulations and thank you for being here. The OAS, what can I say? It is the great partner in all of this, Mike. Thank you, fantastic. Thank you for being here all the time and keeping OAS so firm in this role. I think that if OAS, without them, this network from the point of view would not exist. It would not be able to fulfill the role that it fulfills. Thank you, Mike. And the working parties, that is wonderful to see the proposals of contents of working parties. That's where the action begins in this network, and that is what we created it for. And we welcome proposals, and let's together find resources so that all of this has content. It's fantastic. This is the future of the network, is your working parties or your working groups from my point of view. And it's wonderful to hear Simsikut also to share that the world is envious of us. So I don't think we realize, but he said so, that maybe Barbara could also say so. You go to other places around the world and they have their things that work well. And I don't think that they have a series of a club or family of digital governance as we have in this region. Let's take advantage of this and feel happy due to this and be pleased. And a special note to highlight the fact that the ex-presidents of the network are here. I think that is fantastic. I had not had that happen before, and I think that that shows that the network is like a family in a way, that you go study, I don't know where, and then you come back and the family is always there. In the same way, ex-presidents know that no matter where they go, they can come back and you can find a group of colleagues, friends to to continue working with. Fantastic. And I am very happy that we have relaunched CERNAC. I think artificial intelligence is clear that it will always be in our agenda, and that we have a working tool and supporting tool for the region, because CELAC is not of IDB, it's of the region. And I think that's great. And let's take advantage of it. Let's push it, etc. And the network is now 20 years old, which is wonderful. And to turn 20 years old doing what we did in the cross-country digital signature, and what we shared with Argentina and Uruguay, recognizing their IDs, digital IDs, and the countries that are in line to do the same thing. I think it shows that these 20 years were well used, and maybe invitation for the next 10 maybe years is that the ex-presidents are going to help the network to define in the direction that we need to go. And there are no limits. I think that we can continue with working groups to continue with the content, those things that came up now, those issues that came up, and interoperability, cybersecurity, and others. I think that is the future for the next 10 years. And I don't dare say 20 because that's quite a few, but at least the next 10 years is promising. And I need to finish thanking, most likely, the most important of all the group of Roberto Lopez, manager of the network, who has that capability, that Jose Clasto said very well. He has that capability of disappearing from everywhere. It doesn't seem like he's there. And everything happens thanks to the mastery of Roberto. Thank you. And Florencia Baudino, let everyone see you, please. That not only do we owe her a lot of the organization, but also the cluster work of digital governance, because I could not do anything that I do without her. Thank you, Flor. Florencia Aguirre, that who presented, and my colleagues, in fact. Sorry for such a long list. I think that we should go happy for the next date. What is waiting for us, thinking about Brazil with the ministers, and 20 years, fantastic. Thank you for all of you who are here, for having to made this such a wonderful time. Thank you so much.
Bien, y para cerrar.
And to close, I will build on everything they have already said, all the thanks, and I will do the acknowledgement, and I don't want to have to repeat it. I do want to say Chile, Jose, and the rest of the team, and as additional information, remind the different meetings that we had at 7 and 8 a.m. weekly for many months to be able to get to this point. And I would also like to acknowledge the work of Roberto and Florencia as well behind. So I'm not going to add everybody else at this time, but in my heartfelt way, I would like to thank all the, and I do want to add those who are listening that are the peacocks that have been with us for a while. But it is the result precisely of being able to have these interesting conversations that happen and that we could extend much more, not only hours or minutes and even days with no problem, because that is what this network precisely causes, the spirit of going to continue discussing, collaborating, creating, and contributing. And I think that is something that is very important that this network has.
I want to do a reflection, a thought about the debate that we had over here, but just to indicate the importance of seeing this network connecting and doing these cross connections, proposing. I'm not really talking about technology or only about what's happening in this electronic government, digital or smart or digital transformation. But we're going beyond frontiers of that debate and conversation, connecting with different topics, which are so important, such as climate change, detection, disaster detection, inclusion. Those are debates which are so relevant. And it is good that we continue, of course, going deeping into those topics, into this network. So seeing the network, thinking beyond those frontiers, it is so relevant and important. Remember that the results of this space have an impact, direct impact on the political agenda, regional, of digital transformation. Remember, I want to remind you that because we see that oftentimes in different commitments and mandates which the member states are agreeing, and we have more and more. And that is the work, the result of what we have been working here. So I just wanted to acknowledge that. And also, I want to continue challenging the frontiers of what we can do together in this continent for this digital transformation. So that is going to challenge us on how we think about those, I mean, I don't know, 10 more years in the future. And the Red Queen, I want to remember her. We don't really need to run just to run as fast as possible, but we want to run this race in such a way that we can be up to date. That is the race, right? But we need to go even beyond that in order to project or see ourselves as a region. And just to close, alongside that line, I just want to remember that we manifest our commitment from the OED, the Gealc network. We invite you all to all of the digital agencies of the hemisphere to continue strengthening this regional agenda and also for them to do their best efforts to conceive the Inter-American framework of data and artificial intelligence governance altogether, united, a reference framework for the region, from the region and for the region. Thank you very much. Have a nice trip back to your final destination, to your countries. Safe travels. Did you say trip, travel? I remind you, get to the airport 3 hours before your departure. And you're going to be picked up at the Noi Hotel 3 hours before the departure. Official delegations coming with us from the airport towards the hotel. So to come back to the airport, 3 hours in advance, you're going to be picked up at the Noi Hotel lobby. Keep that in mind. Not to miss your trip. Mike, there's an important announcement. Just one mention, because I don't know if you have it over there in your notes, but we have not taken the picture of the executive committee for this year. So yes, we're going to have the picture right now with some Brazilian music as background. But imagine the Brazilian music, though. So, members of the Executive Committee 2024, please Go up front to have the picture. Belize, Costa Rica, Uruguay, Argentina is on here, Dominican Republic, Suriname, Chile, and Peru.